gonna miss you.
The hour is 10:30, and I'll call this meeting to order. Casey Griffin on our staff will call the roll to establish a quorum. Mr. Griffin.
Mr. Cobbins. Mr. Cobbins. Ms. Cox.
Here.
Ms. Hartgrove.
Here.
Mr. Holt. Mr. Gentile.
Victoria Harpel, designee for Dr. Gentile.
Mr. Jensen. Ms. Johnson.
Here.
Ms. McInturf.
Here.
Mr. Mullenhour.
Here.
Mr. Wells.
Here.
Chairman Eby.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have 8 members present.
I declare a quorum is present, and we are duly convened. I also declare that Mr. Cobbins, Jensen, and Holt are excused without objection. Pursuant to Section 8 of Policy 1.400, the board's meeting policy, workshops are meetings of the state board sitting as a committee of the whole. I ask unanimous consent that the state board dissolve itself into a committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. Are there any objections? If none being, I declare we are in the committee of the whole for the purposes of conducting our workshop. I want to remind all presenters to give their name and position before addressing the board. We will begin with our first item. That's a welcome. Dr. Morrison, you have anything you want to say?
I just am happy to be in Davy Crockett. I was just telling the commissioner, this is the state board's office building. We have not been able to host a meeting in Davy Crockett up until this point, and so we're thrilled to have you in our offices. We're thankful to our IT staff for helping support us with the live streaming, and it's good to see everyone. We're especially excited to welcome Marsha Johnson as our newest member from the Clarksville area. So looking forward to, as usual, a good discussion today on a lot of different items.
Thank you. I would also like to say it is exciting to be here and in this our own facility, and we're looking forward to that. I think Catherine Ann Johnson is someone that we must really thank for going through all the hoops, and I know it wasn't without a lot of difficulty and persistence, but we thank you very much for that. I also like to introduce our new legal intern, Ms. Lily Chufo back there. Lily is a third-year law student at Belmont and here during the summer, and we're very much happy to have you here, Lily.
Thank you.
With that, we will proceed with our agenda items, and first on the agenda is Ms. Brooke Amos on additional endorsement pathways. Ms. Amos, there you are.
Good morning, Chairman Eby and members of the board. Brooke Amos, Assistant Commissioner of Human Capital. I'm joined by a colleague.
Taylor Reed, Senior Director of Licensure for the department.
Great. Well, technical difficulty here. Right, wonderful. Today we are talking about additional endorsements that are available to educators. Educator Licensure Policy 5.502, approved by the State Board of Education in July 2021, has created an option for educators to add certain endorsements through an additional endorsement program developed and administered by the Tennessee Department of Education. Now, that program had its longevity during the 2021-22 year, and it was administered prior to our tenure at the department. And so we're going to be talking today about really an expansion on that program, which is the additional endorsement program funded and operated by the department, which has been largely run through our EPP partners, but still focusing on the additional endorsement areas as listed on the screen, English as a second language and special education endorsement areas. Really to highlight some of the work that's been done and funded mostly through ESSER dollars, with the idea of thinking through what have been some of the outcomes and some of the lessons learned through that work as we think about some of our content areas where we have the highest need.
All right, and as Brooke mentioned, moving forward from this point, we have data to discuss with you that includes all individuals in a TDOE funded pathway, whether that be the administered pathway through the department and also the ESSER grant funding. And with that, we will get started. So as Brooke also mentioned, the endorsements offered in this area were the 3 special education endorsements: SPED Interventionist K-8, which is endorsement number 144, SPED Interventionist 612, endorsement 145, Special Education Comprehensive K-12, endorsement 461, and English as a Second Language, endorsement 490. So in this presentation, you will see referred to as sometimes the name, sometimes the number, just depending on space. There were a total of 5,698 spots available through these pathways, and there were a total of 4,097 enrolled candidates with 1,257 completers. And just to level set here, a completer indicates that the individual has completed coursework and all applicable assessments, and therefore they qualify for the endorsement on their license.
Do you want questions as we go through or save those for the end? What would you prefer?
We can take them through.
Okay. Go back one slide then. So if 1,257 completers out of 4,097 enrolled candidates, is that percentage-wise typical, low? It seems low to me, but is there a reason for that, or?
So I think what we have here is the establishment of a baseline without any additional controls. So with this program, it was open for individuals who were interested to enroll, to receive the training, and then to complete the praxis assessment, which is what the completion was, and then file for the transaction without necessarily additional interventions, which we can talk about a little bit more at the end. And so I think what we have here is the establishment of what we could see moving forward. So to the idea of it being low, there weren't metrics in place to say, like, we're expecting 50% or we're expecting 80%. So I think this establishes what a baseline is without intervention on that. What we can also say is that individuals who completed this program received professional development in 2 of our populations that any teacher having that training is a benefit to their instruction. So I think we look at it from that lens and also the completer lens. And then I think as some of the reasons why folks did not complete, we don't have some of that data from earlier cohorts, but we do know that having this in addition to, it's asynchronous, so done at self-paced, so having that in addition to the rigors of being a classroom teacher for some, that was just something they could not maintain.
So as spoken of earlier, we have the additional endorsements by area. We have broken this down by the number of educators. This first set of numbers would be individuals who enrolled in that area and then ultimately completed. So you will see that for SPED Interventionist K-8, there were 451 educators, while Interventionist 272 educators, Special Education Comprehensive 210 educators, and English as a Second Language 675 educators. And so if you do a quick add of those numbers, it is more than 1,257, and that is because we have educators, so 995 of the 1,257 added just 1 endorsement, while 175 added 2 endorsements, 81 educators added 3, and 6 educators actually added all 4 endorsements during the program. And this is a breakdown for everyone of the endorsements added by years from 2020 to 2023. So apologies that some of those numbers are rather small. However, this was at the 2020, it was at the program start, and so not a lot of completers. And so you can see that the trends here include that as time continued, the completers increased. And we will discuss this a little bit later, but even the enrollment trends actually did not peak at the end, but the completion trends did, which is indicative of typical program completion. You know, the farther you get into it, the more the increased number of completers that you have there. And this is, again, broken out by endorsement: Interventionist K-8, Interventionist 612, SPED Comprehensive, and English as a Second Language. Here we have some enrollment trends, some of which I spoke to earlier. So enrollment actually peaked during the 2021-2022 cycle with an average of 92% enrollment compared to capacity. And then enrollment fell in the 2022-2023 school year to an average of 56% capacity. Despite enrollment declines, as spoken of earlier, the number of improved endorsements increased, which is indicative of program completion. English as a second language endorsements held the highest enrollment percentages as well as the greatest number of endorsements added and program completers. However, it did not hold the greatest workforce additions, which we will get to on the next slide. And although 1,257 educators added additional endorsements to their license, workforce changes did not yield any noticeable results in vacancy rates that were reported last year. This slide outlines the workforce changes for all endorsements between 2020 and 2023. So by endorsement area, we have SPED interventionist. We added 44 educators to the workforce. That means that there were 44 educators who were not serving in a special education area that then served in that in a interventionist K-8 area, and that could be a variety of roles that they were eligible for. For SPED interventionist, we had 22 educators. It is important to note that there are some overlap there. So even though there's a difference, some of the courses and eligible positions that are within both of those endorsements do cross. For special education comprehensive K-12, we added 25 educators. And then for English as a second language, we added 15 educators. And so that brought us to a total over the 4 years of 106 educators added to these endorsements areas who were not previously serving in those endorsement areas.
But maybe I missed it. I thought you said on the last slide that even though you added these endorsements, it didn't change your workforce needs or something?
So in the vacancy rates that were reported by districts, the number, so this 100 and these additions did not yield any notable changes in the workforce. So even though there were some added, there were some increased vacancies with numbers as well.
Just kind of held our own is what you're saying?
And this is just another representation of previous data that we have seen. So this would be the number of completers in comparison to the number of workforce additions. So we had, again, 44 interventionist K-8 join the workforce despite 451 individuals adding that endorsement to their license, and that data continues through all of the endorsement areas as seen here.
Chairman Eby, I have a question. With regard to those that did not move into a new endorsement area, did you do surveys to gather information on as to why they did not move into a new endorsement? Do we have any of that data?
That has not been conducted. I do think that is a great suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
We have some anecdotal information on that, but at scale, I think that that's a great idea and leans into some of the lessons learned that we have. Some of these have already been articulated, that we hit a peak of enrollment and then it fell. I think there was a point at which we probably hit saturation of individuals who were interested, and then that probably subsided. Could potentially, should there be funds and interest in continuing these sorts of programs, could potentially see influx of new individuals who are interested in that over time. But I do think that probably hit saturation. Then folks just needed to continue the program. We did see a pretty large increase of individuals who have an added endorsement in the workforce. That didn't necessarily matriculate into individuals changing their role in a school. And so I do think some of the things that we have offered to individual LEAs is to share with them their list of individuals who do have that additional endorsement so that they can think about strategic staffing in that capacity as they're thinking about that in combination with other things. And I think that is one of the key pieces, is that this program may in and of itself as a single intervention might not yield for strategic staffing as we're thinking about it. It may need to be in combination with differential pay, in combination with other interventions as a strategy. We did see, though, that some of the individuals who have moved into these roles having significant impact. Missy Testerman, our 2024 National Teacher of the Year, was an individual who added this endorsement, who moved from her position into an ESL position and is making a significant impact with students. And so I think when we think about it on the micro level, there are certainly success stories, well, obviously lessons learned on the macro level as well.
Dr. Morrison, I think, has a question.
Thank you, Chairman Eby. My first question was in line with Chair Emeritus Hartgrove in terms of the surveys, and not only maybe the individuals, but would be interested in the district perspective, and maybe Colliersville can speak to this when they come up in a minute, not to put you all on the spot. But I'm interested from that standpoint, and leads me to the other question I had, which was the rollout and the communication with individuals versus districts, because it seems like maybe in combination, if you were able to roll this out to districts and say, we had this opportunity, and they could work with individuals who they think would be good candidates, who they would then be potentially able to pay for the assessments or sort of support that candidate through the process, and then with the understanding that maybe they'd move into that role. And then my other thought is just, especially, well, ESL or the special education training is likely to benefit, and this is where the survey would be interesting, those classroom educators, because I'm sure they are working in combination with other teachers who are coming in to support students with IEPs or 504, and so it could also benefit them as classroom teachers of record, even if they're not being pulled out to serve specifically as a special education teacher of record. So yeah, I think just learning more, because obviously this is going to continue to be an area where we need to support and figure out at the state level what additional, like you said, strategies in combination with other strategies can yield the kinds of educators that we need in these hard to staff areas for special students who have additional needs. So
Definitely, certainly, recognize and would emphasize all of the points you made. And we have heard from some of our rural directors of schools. This was pointed out in a recent strategy memo by SCORE, that they are seeing this as a strategy that works for them. I hope that our CAO, Christy Brown, does not mind me saying that this is a strategy that she used in her district with success. I do think that that connection between the individuals making the staffing decisions to the candidate, to the vacancy, having that chain be tight is one that we would look to focus on for future implementation.
Ms. McInerney.
Is enrollment open right now for this coming year, and how would someone find the link to that? Because I just kind of Googled it, and it kind of came up with the 2021 information, but nothing new.
Yeah, that's a great question. We have ended funding for current program. I think individuals who are in program are completing that, and we are looking to strategy for future iterations, but have partners in place who we're hoping to think about for future iterations.
Explain that just a little bit better. So where did the funding come from before?
It's mostly ESSER funded.
Okay.
Previously. In some of our overarching strategy with our Grow Your Own work, there is the potential for that in future cycles. I think we're looking at statewide strategy at this point, though.
Thank you.
All right, and I apologize, it clicks and it goes through too. So we will now move to the computer science additional endorsement. A quick policy overview here that Chapter 979 of the Public Acts of 2022 requires the TDOE to develop and submit to the SBE a no-cost pathway to the computer science K-12 endorsement. Starting in the 2024-2025 school year, so this upcoming school year, all middle and high schools in Tennessee will provide computer science courses. Middle schools will provide computer science courses for at least one grading period during a student's middle school career, while high schools will offer the course credit of computer science. It will be integrated into elementary school content in the computer science standards approved by the State Board of Education. Revisions to the Educator Licensure Policy 5.502 added this option for educators with a valid practitioner level or professional level teaching license to obtain the computer science endorsement through an additional endorsement program. And it is important here that the requirements are a practitioner or professional level teaching license, and individuals who are on an occupational license who are eligible for the occupational to academic pathway would also be eligible for this pathway as well. The requirements also include successfully completing the CSEP or Computer Science Endorsement Program pathway. and being recommended by the Department of Education, and submit the qualifying score on the applicable assessments. We have a few updates here for the 2023 cohort completion rates. In the spring 2023 cohort completion rate, we had 23% who completed, so 175 out of 760 enrolled individuals. And for the fall 2023 cohort, that increased to a 56% completion rate, or 223 individuals out of 398 enrolled.
Are these endorsements classes that they take, are they basic content knowledge classes, or?
We would have to defer, for computer science
Yeah,
specifically.
that's what I'm thinking about for computer sciences. And where is that content developed, and, or what, to get a computer science endorsement, how much computer science do you need to understand, et cetera?
So ultimately, we would defer to the CTE team. However, we do know that it is administered in, through Kira Learning, and so there is a set of modules, I believe, that they go through for that information. But I would defer if there's anything further for that.
Is the endorsement for a particular grade range, or is it overall computer science?
It is, the computer science endorsement currently as it is approved in licensure policy is a K-12 endorsement.
Okay. Yeah, I'd be interested in knowing what is the content knowledge that they need to have that endorsement.
I believe our colleague, Assistant Commissioner Deb Knoll, can speak very deeply to that content.
We'd be happy to provide with you the module content and the breakdown of what's contained in each one. But it is rigorous in the fact that it does prepare our teachers to be successful in preparing our students in the classroom. We're very confident in that, but be happy to provide you a very detailed breakdown as to what's in those 6 modules.
Thank you. I'd like to see that. Dr. Morrison.
Thank you. So I know there's been a lot of angst in the field about this new requirement, and again, maybe another place, Colliersville, can give us a firsthand view. But with the legislation having been changed a little bit, do you know supply demand, like how many districts are still struggling with this? I mean, it does still seem like relatively, the fall certainly was better than the spring, but this is supporting the effort. How many districts are still struggling to find teachers who have this endorsement, given that we're implementing this next school year? Just wondering where we are.
I can speak to that anecdotally. My licensure team is certainly hearing from district leaders, school leaders, about this endorsement and the need to fill it, especially with the upcoming school year. We have partnered with the CTE team to ensure that communications that are accurate are going out. A lot of the questions we have been receiving up until this point have been, you know, what are the requirements? How do my teachers get endorsed? And so we've been walking them through that, as well as providing them, you know, the information that has been given from the department, and then also assisting those districts and individual leaders with ensuring that they are going through the pathway correctly and how to add that endorsement.
But we won't probably know until you get the first vacancy report how many people are teaching on permits versus have the endorsement.
Yeah, and I'd also like to add, you know, we've given educators a 2-year ramp to be prepared for this. We've been very intentional in our communications. We've been very intentional in our support. We are doing crosswalks monthly to ensure we're making sure that whoever is enrolled is crosswalked to a particular school to ensure that the capacity has been met there. Because, you know, honestly, there's some schools that, you know, there's 10 teachers who want to be endorsed, right? Because there's an appetite for it. But we have to be very careful because there are only a certain amount of slots in there. So for these first cohorts, we're really trying to ensure that it's a 1-for-1 for the middle schools and the high schools to ensure that they do have that capacity. But I think you are correct. Until we see the report, we won't know any additional gaps, but we are really trying to actively look at those in real time.
We are currently collecting vacancy data from districts. This will be a look back, and then we're working to get an online platform that will get us more accurate real-time vacancy data collection for the upcoming school year. And then once the fall comes or summer comes, we will start doing, obviously, the collection of permit and emergency credential data for the upcoming school year. So we do have the look back, though, for how many were utilized last year, although that's a slightly different lookout.
Chairman Eby?
Chair Matters Hargrove.
I have a question with regard to who is teaching this? And if I remember correctly, when this was first brought up in legislation, we talked about it a little bit. Is it online? Is it taught online and it's self-paced for the individual who's going through the course? Is that correct?
That is correct. It is a virtual training. It is self-paced to allow educators the flexibility that they may need to complete this coursework.
Okay, so then clarification with regard to the statement that there are only so many slots. So what's limiting the number of slots?
So it's assessing the modules to ensure that they have the success and they've mastered that, and just having the capacity. But we have built up that capacity. We haven't exceeded those slots yet. We're just being very conscious about that by not allowing maybe 10 or 20 educators in one school those slots. We don't want to meet that capacity and not have the availability for teachers who need to meet that capacity in a school that doesn't have someone.
So are those done manually by staff within the department, or, because I know that Ms. Amos mentioned a database or an online system that
Yeah.
would provide additional support, so I wasn't really clear
Yeah,
about the
Kira
connection.
Learning is
Okay.
the vendor who's doing that, and they're providing the feedback with those.
Okay, thank you. Very good.
I commend the department for having these endorsements. I mean, I think it's great that you're providing that opportunity to our teachers and hopefully filling the spots that we need to fill to provide our students. I'm still a little concerned or confused about when you have, so many who want to take the class, and maybe you can't offer it to everybody. I don't totally understand that. And yet there are still needs out there, and maybe the needs are from one district and not in another district, and that's one of the mismatches. I think you're going to have a lot of data, obviously, which is really, really good. And what we need to do is look at that data and see what we can learn from it and see how we can fill those people who are endorsed, get them into teaching the needs where we have to be taught. I don't know the answer to the question, but it raises a lot of questions. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
Quick question. Once the endorsements have taken place, then what form will each child receive the computer science courses? Will that take the place of a different course? Will it be offered as an enrichment? How will each middle school child, say, receive this course if it's mandatory?
The beauty about this course, honestly, is the flexibility that's provided within it. So when we talk about the elementary, the K through 6 piece, it's taught alongside or within the content. So it's nothing in addition to. It could be a math class, could be a science class, a social studies class, and they can teach the computer science concepts right alongside their everyday learning. So that's the beauty in that. For the middle school, it is a required course, and there's a lot of flexibility built in with that. What we are seeing is some middle schools may make it part of an enrichment or part of the rotation. Some middle schools may teach it as a standalone course, as, part of their, I would say elective, but it's not elective because it will be mandatory, but it could fill that spot. So there is some flexibilities within that. When we get to the high school, it is a graduation requirement, but again, we have built in some intentional flexibilities. There are some graduation substitutions that have already been approved. It could count for the 4th math, the 3rd year lab science, an elective focus. Also, a lot of our CTE courses in coding and the cybersecurity could also count as that course.
Dr. Morrison.
Sorry, one more question. My memory is that I think Tennessee Tech was the only EPP that was offering this outside, again, thinking about Lillian, Chair Emeritus Hartgrove's questions about capacity. Do we know how many other EPPs are able to offer the endorsement training in addition to what the department's providing?
That is still the only
still correct.
approved EPP that has submitted and has an approved SAP for the computer science endorsement.
Which makes me wonder, how can we incentivize more of them? Because, I mean, I think the need is going to continue to be there. My guess is the vacancy data will show us that we still have a lot of educators who need the training, but something we can think about.
Other questions, comments? Thank you very much. Certainly something to continue to work toward and think about, and appreciate the information, the data. Very helpful. Next is English Learner Supports with Collierville Schools, Dr. Russell Dyer and others. Yes.
As you're coming to the table, I feel like I need to apologize again, because I did just what you did, Chairman Eby. I asked them on the spot about things that they probably were not prepared for. So I hope they told you as you were prepping for this presentation that you might get questions about other items on the agenda. Well, we're so happy to have you, and I know as an educator, you're used to questions coming from left field, but
Right.
thank you for being here for the topic at hand and the others as well.
Certainly. Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Russell Dyer. I'm now Director of Schools in Collierville Schools. Just left Cleveland City Schools in March and switched over to the other side of the state. So it is good to be here today with you all, and I have Leanne Rainey, our Chief Academic Officer, and Jana Church, who supervises ESL in Collierville Schools. I've only been there a short amount of time, so really the experts are sitting next to me who are going to be presenting today, and you want to hear from them. So I'm going to be quiet, let them present, and then we'll be glad to answer any questions that you may have of any topic.
Well, thank you so much, Board, for having us. We were very honored that you reached out to speak. We're very proud of the work that we're doing in Collierville Schools. I'm extremely proud of Ms. Church, so I'm really glad that she's here to speak to you, because she is my end-all, be-all, know-all. She handles all of the intervention, RTI, special populations, ESL for the Collierville School District, and we're going to present a little bit to you and tell you about what we look like, what we feel like, how it works, and how we are very different than a lot of different areas, which is not the normal consensus what you think of when you think of a school in Shelby County. So first off, we're going to start off with just a little bit of who we are. My name is Leanne Rainey, and I am the Chief Academic Officer here for Collierville Schools. I have been with our district since the pandemic. Came in July of 2020. That was fun. And before that, I was principal at Mount Juliet High School, former principal at Mount Juliet Middle School here in Middle Tennessee. And then prior to that, I was in Arkansas in high schools, heavily involved in CTE. So kind of a wide range and exciting to be in Collierville. I can tell you that our district is 10 years old. Oh, yeah, here's our clicker. Sorry. There, it works. So our district is 10 years old. We are one of the more newly formed municipal school districts in the Shelby County system. We, along with 5 other municipal districts, surround Memphis-Shelby County schools. Our area is a long-standing, very community-minded, grounded town, I guess would be a good way to say that, that is very proud of their schools and very proud of the work that is done in that area. We currently run 10 schools, including our virtual school. Our virtual school will not exist next year. We have had a dwindling amount of students interested in the only virtual option since the pandemic has waned, and so we are going to be bringing that back in-house and serving some of our more needy students in that area through Homebound, through some different alternative options that we have. So we'll be 9 schools next year. We have 6 elementary schools. One of our elementary schools will be recognized tomorrow as a National Blue Ribbon School here with you in the morning. We have 2 middle schools. We have one that runs about 800 students, Collierville Middle, and we have West Collierville Middle School, which runs almost 1,400 students, grades 6 through 8. So we are by far one of the largest in the area, in the state. And then we have one high school, Collierville High School, which is by far the largest high school in the state. We run just shy of 3,000 students with a projection of being over 3,000 next year. We're currently under construction to be 3,500 capacity in the next few years. So our area is growing, and we're very proud of the work that's going on in that area. We run 21 ESL students currently. Our projections next year are to be able to add, or we're going to have to add another 3 to 4 positions just in the ESL area because our ESL population is exploding. we will show you our growth in just a moment. We do hold very, very closely to the state 35-to-1 ratio. Jana does a wonderful job of staying on top of that to ensure that our students are getting the services they need. When you get much more over that, we cannot provide what they need, especially with our newcoming students. And we have quite a few newcomers, and we're seeing some shifts in what those students look like, and then we're going to speak to that in just a minute, which has brought on some different challenges for us, and it's making us really think outside the box, which is always fun. Right now, we have tested 569 English language learners in our district of just shy of 10,000 students. We currently have 775 English language and transitional students that are being served in our district, and we speak over 35 languages in just our small area. And if you guys have questions or want to interject, please do not hesitate to jump in the middle. We're used to having stuff popcorned off of us all the time. It does not throw us off one bit. So.
Thank you.
Our town of Collierville population, we wanted to highlight a little bit of the growth and what we're seeing. So our area of Collierville has only grown about 2.1% since 2018, but yet our student population has grown 7.8% with a projection to grow even more than that. Our district ESL teacher staffing has grown 75% since 2018. Our population of tested students has grown 119% since 2018. And the interesting part of ours is our Asian and Indian population is our largest population in our area. We have a unique setting where we live. We're in a trifecta area. FedEx sits in our back door. The Technology Center for the World Technology Center is literally a rock's throw away from our high school. So we have a large shifting population that comes in all year long. We do not get all of our students in August. We get our students rolling throughout the year, and we usually get a large bump after Labor Day. We get another very large bump in November. Then we lose a large bump in December. Then they come back in February, and then we lose them again in March. So our population ebbs and flows with different cultural norms within these different groups that we've really had to learn. So when we have a person that comes in and wants to be an ESL teacher with Collierville Schools, they can't come in and just assume they're speaking Spanish. That's not how it works with us. When they walk in and they do see our schools, Schilling Farms Elementary School is one of our largest ESL populations. We will have 6 ESL teachers in one building serving K-5 next year. You will not hear much Spanish being spoken. Those students are heavily, heavily Eastern Asian and Indian population. And those cultures are highly academic. They have high expectations, multi-generational families, which we love, and they are heavily involved in the school. And they want answers, and they want to know what their students are doing, and they want to know why their students are not achieving at a certain rate. So it's a very different than our general concept that ELs are not heavily involved in their schools. These people are involved. They want all of the options. They want STEM, they want Apex, they want all of the robotics competition teams. They want all of the things that they can get for their students, and they have moved into areas where they believe that their students are going to be given the best opportunities. So they come in with high expectations, and our challenge is to meet those expectations, but also support them academically so that they do not have the challenge of a language barrier. So it's a very different challenge for us in this area. The next piece that we're seeing is...
Can I ask a question?
Absolutely. Jump in.
Is there a requirement that the teacher of an ESL student be proficient in the language of the...
Absolutely not. There's no way.
Yeah, I knew there
Yeah.
wouldn't be, but certainly that's
No, sir.
a barrier that has to be overcome.
It is, and Jana's going to speak to a lot of our programming that we're using and some of the outside of the box things that I referenced, and how we try to overcome that. But I would say probably 95% of our ESLs, if not even higher than that, teachers are not fluent in the languages that they're speaking.
Thank you.
Anyone else on that? All right, so the next piece that we have, which is super interesting, is Blue Oval. The Ford new Blue Oval station is coming, and they're about 40 miles away from us, which seems like a long way. but it is a straight shot down I-40. And once you hit the Shelby County line, we are one of the first large areas that is considered more metropolis than Scranton, where it's going to be. We have had a huge surge in South Korean families coming in with projections that we have over 100 more families looking to move into one particular area in our town, and we have already begun testing. We had 25 students in one building in March come in that are South Korean. That's a whole different culture that we are not accustomed to, and so we're having to learn what are the customs, what are the expectations, what are the students' needs, how quickly do they attain their language, where are they academically in their own language versus our language. So that's a whole different population, and we don't really know what that's going to look like because it's in such a development state. With that being electric vehicles, there's such a swing. Sometimes it's heavy, sometimes it's not. And so we're really watching closely to see, is this going to be a continued pathway? And then what else is that going to bring? I can say from experience in Arkansas, we would see different populations coming from different areas because the word of mouth would say, hey, if you're coming to work for Tyson in Bentonville, this is a great area for this type of, and we've got lots of people like you, so come live near us. And so I feel a lot like that's what we're seeing and what we're hearing. And Jen is doing such an awesome job that they all want to come to her. So that is a new challenge that we have. And then we also have the International Paper headquarters is right there in Collierville. It's right downtown, not far from us. So that does have a whole swing and a large number of people that are coming through. The other piece that is interesting is you will see everything from worker levels to executive levels that are swinging through, and they bring different expectations in different people. So when Blue Oval was very first announced, we immediately started having executive C-suite level people coming through and wanting to tour from all over the world. Felt like we were running a tour agency for a little while. And then FedEx does the same thing. So when they close down or they open up different swing shifts, you will see different populations start to come in. So it's not just teaching and differentiating in the classroom. At our level, we have to really keep up with business, and we have to stay very close with the Memphis Chamber, with a lot of our Chamber of Commerce and our different business areas, because we have to have a glimpse or at least a little bit of a heads up about what might be coming so that we can start preparing, because we can't wait till they're standing in our door to be ready to teach them, because we won't know how to do that. So that's a little bit of our situation in Collierville. It is not slowing down. It's growing, which is a great problem to have. So I'm going to turn this over to Jana, and I'm going to let her speak a little bit to how those challenges have affected us and then how we're addressing some.
Well, good morning. Thank you for having us today. We're very excited to be here. You know, like every other district across the state or across the nation for that matter, Collierville is not immune from challenges. And for us, part of it is looking at our challenges through a different lens. Instead of looking at them as issues, potentially huge problems down the road, look at them as ways that we can adapt at the district level, at the school level, so that we can make the most of them and we can be a bit more proactive versus reactive. With all of the growth, we were a little bit surprised. We saw a little bit trickling, and all of a sudden, they were here. And so we really need to look at it more from a proactive lens than a reactive lens. So I wanted to go through some of our challenges, not to highlight that we have lots of challenges, but to show you how we've used those challenges to continue to help our district grow, and most specifically, our ESL students to grow. So one of those, as Ms. Rainey referred to, is our recently arrived English learners. We call them our newcomers. So these are students whose families have been in the United States for less than 12 months. Your brain can automatically go to what that might mean. Some of our families, mostly from the European countries, come in and have had some exposure to language, to English. They have been taught language or English in middle school and high school, and they come at a different level of proficiency. But then there's the other groups, that they walk their children in the door, we get them registered, and these students don't understand what's being said. They're in a school and a culture that they have never been around. And helping them to manage that challenge and to make them feel safe and secure can be difficult, especially when communication is an issue. It's also a challenge for our ESL teachers and mostly for our general education teachers. They work really hard to teach the standards that they're supposed to teach every student in their classroom. But to have a student that comes into your classroom that doesn't speak English, they may be in the silent period, which can take 6 to 8 weeks, where they're not even speaking any language. They're taking in language, but they're not producing anything. From a teacher standpoint, you don't know if what you're saying and how much you're trying is even getting through. That's a challenge for them. So as Ms. Rainey has said, and you've seen with the diagram, our growth is phenomenal. As with any business, when you have a growth that's that quick and that rapid in a short period of time, there's natural consequences or results from that. There's always short staffing and there's always short resources. It doesn't matter what business you're in. Education is no different. Our staffing was short and we needed to work on that, and the amount of resources that we had readily available to handle all of these different cultures, we needed to work really hard to get that to where we needed to be. Teacher shortage, as you know, across Tennessee has been an issue for quite some time. Across the United States, it's an issue. Our ESL teachers fall into that same population. So when we go to try to recruit people or people apply, we tend to get two different groups. One group are the teachers that are coming from Tennessee. We happen to be almost right on that Tennessee border, or from Mississippi, right on that border. Now, they're well-experienced teachers. They've got some great classroom knowledge, but they also don't know Tennessee rule and Tennessee law. They don't know how Collierville functions. We're a unique district in how we function and how we teach our students. So there's a big learning curve, and our teachers are, when we need them, and we need them now. We're throwing them into the fire, and that's not fair to those teachers. We really need to come up with a plan to help our teachers gradually work their way in. And the other pool of teachers tends to be those fresh out of school. We love to have them. They're so excited, they're passionate about learning, they can't wait to get into the classroom, but they have no idea what they're getting into. And there is a huge learning curve. I think sometime in the future, if funding was available, we would love to be able to provide a training or a mentoring type program where these new teachers could shadow some of our seasoned teachers for a period of time, sometimes a few weeks, sometimes a few months, so that when they go and receive their own classroom and their own set of students, they're ready to go. They're not overwhelmed. That would help with teacher retention. We don't want our teachers to be burned out. And we do occasionally get a teacher that's gone through and received their endorsement for ESL, which is wonderful. A majority of them are not ready to jump ship from the classroom to the ESL classroom right yet. They're prepared, they've got their endorsement, but some of the same challenges apply in that learning curve, having them get that exposure. One of our other issues has to do with timing and scheduling. As we schedule identify our ESL students, many of them come into us from different states or different countries. They're not always just from our next door neighbors. When they come, we don't always get their transcripts right away, as most of you know. The school registers a child, and you may wait weeks for those to come from another school district. And when they come, they probably don't have a lot of ESL information in them. So it requires the registration people, it requires our ESL teachers, it requires myself to make a whole lot of phone calls to districts, trying to track things down. And all of that is holding up the process of us identifying them and starting to serve that student. For our students that come from out of the country, many of them come with incomplete records. They come with what they have. Some of them come with the clothes on their back. And so we have to work within that. We're not even sure from a school level, where do we place them? What grade should they be in? They may be 5th grade in their country, but that is not 5th grade in our country. So there's a whole bunch of that. And as we receive new students throughout the year, it's the ESL teachers that must screen these students. They have to be pulled away from their class that they normally teach to screen our new students, which they're the perfect person to do it, but those other students then are not receiving their services, are pushed off to another ESL teacher if there is one in the building, or have to go back to their general ed teachers. So scheduling is an issue. With high school, our poor high school students that come in from another country or even from another state, primary responsibility is to get them to graduate. They need the credits. They have to have those in order to graduate. But they also come with needs, specific needs for ESL support. Finding time in their schedules can be really challenging, especially when they're coming in later in their high school career. Going along with that same thing is our, excuse me, I'll go backwards. This one. Sorry. Okay. Going right along with that is we do have ESL students who are dually identified. That means that they have another disability or a disability that requires services. Now, as every student, if they have a disability, they're entitled to those by law, as they are entitled to have ESL services if they so qualify. So now we're not only pulling that child once for ESL services, we're trying to find time in their schedule to make sure they receive their services for their other disabilities. This is a challenge for schools. We don't want to pull them from their English and their math. We don't want to pull them from their PE time. They need that. They need their lunch, and they need their social time. They need to develop that social language and be around their peers. So finding that time in the schedule is a big challenge for our district and other districts across the board. As most of you know, anytime we make a change in platforms, computer system changes, it's a little bit challenging. And we have had a rough couple of years with those challenges with our teachers. Teachers are by nature, very routine, get used to something, and they really like to stick with it. Last year, we went and we adopted Pulse to be able to track our ILPs. It was a huge learning curve for our teachers and a huge amount of time it required for teachers not only to be away from their students so that we could get this accomplished, but also a huge learning curve in making sure it worked correctly and that they really tried to stay positive. That mind shift was hard to maintain, I will say, and I am generally an upbeat person across the board. It's hard to walk into a school when teachers are frustrated. And it's not Pulse's fault necessarily. It's not the switch to ELPA 21 necessarily. But it's all of those one year after the next that didn't provide them any time for rest and to really feel like they could get their arms around things. The last two that I've listed, I really think are our biggest challenges. With the influx of our English learners that we've received in our families, cultural awareness across the district is lacking. We went from just a spattering of students in each school to huge droves of students and families. To understand the differences, not only in the language, but their religious beliefs and when they have religious holidays, what their culture dictates as far as how do people communicate with each other? How do we interact with each other? Do we shake hands? Do we not shake hands? You know, is the father the one that interacts with the teacher, or is the mother the one that interacts with the teacher? There are so many nuances that it's so important that anyone who touches these children on any level has some idea of what's going on. And this could be people all the way from Dr. Dyer down to our bus drivers, our nurses, our specialty teacher, our PE teachers. They all need to understand these nuances. So that's a big challenge. And another one is maintaining our communication. I will say ESL families by nature are harder to communicate with. There's a language barrier. Anytime either one of us have a conversation and we're struggling to get through to each other, our tendency is to back up, to just not speak as much. That can easily become the tendency. And our focus this year is really, and we need to maintain, if not increase that. We want our families to feel welcome in Collierville. We want them to feel like they're in the know with what's going on and to not feel like they're being excluded and to not feel hands off. We want them there. So with all of those challenges being said, we have so many other things that are going on within our district that are so positive. I will say that, this clicker is not liking me. There we go. Oh. Supports and services. There you go. So we are fortunate that within our district and within our schools, we are all there, if nothing else. We are one big team, but we are there to support our students. If I need something at the district office from another department, they are 100% all in. I may work with the Department of Exceptional Children to talk about our ESL students who might be gifted, to talk about our ESL students who might be dually identified and have disabilities. I might need to reach out to the technology department, that a student may need some special accommodations on their iPad or on their computer. I may need student services, and they may help me with some registration needs or making sure our families are actually getting the basic needs that they must have in order to function within our community. So it's vital that we all support each other. You'll see a common theme through these 4 bullets. It's all about relationships. If we don't have those relationships within our school system, it's really hard to develop them outside of our school system with our families. The state requires us to monitor our students for 2 years after they exit our ESL program. So instead of seeing our students every day for an hour a day. Students are back in the classroom, but we monitor them. And what I love about this, although it's a lot of work for our ESL teachers, is they maintain communication not only with those students, but with their classroom teachers, so that if that student hits a stumbling block, they're able to come in and provide some support for the teachers and for the students as well. And it helps the students to know that someone's still checking up on you. There are some students that need a little bit of extra love, and there are some students that need an extra set of eyes that said, I saw what you did today. And that's important that they feel like they're just like every other student within the school.
So how do you monitor them? Do you meet with them? Do you just track their grades? What do you do?
Combination of all of the above. So we formally quarterly monitor them. We send out a piece of paper or an email that we get feedback from all of the teachers. Most of our communication tends to be in the middle of the hallway as they're walking by before school and after school, because everyone's teaching all day long, checking up on a student, checking up to see how their home life is, checking up to see how their grades are. How did you do on that math test? Did you study for that social studies test? How did you do? How can I help you? So that they get a real good feel as to how that student is managing. Remember, these students, like every student, needs to feel like all of their needs are being attended to, not just their academic needs. And our ESL teachers are really good about maintaining that. We've also been very blessed that our district has invested in our ESL teachers to train them on Orton Gillingham. If you don't know what Orton Gillingham is, it's a phonemic awareness that helps students with their reading abilities. Why this is so important with ESL students: for our young children, they get that in the gen ed classroom. For our ESL students, some of our students come in and are completely literate in their home language and are illiterate most of the time in English. They still need that support that Orton Gillingham can provide. But many of our students come to us and are illiterate in their home language and are obviously illiterate in English. They have no foundation. We need for our ESL students to also be able to provide those supports that the general education teachers are providing. But what if we get a student who's an 8th grader? We're not teaching them letter sounds, letter blends in 8th grade. They need to have that support from our ESL teachers as well. So we've invested in them to make them as well-rounded as possible. And I think one of the biggest things is we spend a lot of time training our general education teachers. Our ESL teachers in the school provide training for all of the teachers and meet with groups of teachers throughout the year to make sure that they have what they need to support these students. As a classroom teacher, originally you were never taught how to have an ESL student in your classroom. What do you do with them? It's very different. They're entitled to have that grade level content that everybody else gets, but they don't understand the words to get in there. How do you do that? And so it's really important for us to provide that support. From the district level, we also provide continued support through professional development opportunities, both virtually that they can do on their own in their summers and their evenings and weekends, in-person training so that they can come and we can have some interactions looking at their standards and how we can accommodate our English learners. So we work really hard to make sure that our trainers or our teachers are trained well enough so that when they do get that student, if they didn't have one yet, they are surely going to get a student that's an English learner in the next year or two. It's kind of a given. Go to the next one. So we have been very selective in the platforms that we've chosen to use. It's really easy to grab on to all the new bells and whistles that are put out every year, but we've been very focused on what we use. First of all is obviously our adopted district curriculum. We encourage our teachers to use that curriculum as much as they possibly can to support the language of these students. These students still have to pass their classes. They need to have the language that supports social studies, the language that supports science and math, not just learning to speak English. So it's important that we use those, and most of the curriculum has resources in it already available to them. We were intentional 2 years ago to purchase a National Geographic product. It's called Cengage, and what these products do are unique compared to others. They are solely focused on science and social studies texts or readings. Science and social studies are very universal. Most students, no matter what their background, have something in their background or culture that they can pull from, that they can identify with. Just like you and I, if there's something that we're interested in, we're going all in. We're reading about it, we're researching about it, we are 100%. Students are no different. If you can find something that taps into their prior knowledge, something that they're interested in, they're learning all kinds of new things and they're learning the language. It's supporting every one of their language development skills. The last 2 years, I've looked at our WIDA data and discovered that our writing and our speaking scores were lower than I thought they should be. I hadn't seen the growth that I expected from them. And so we found a product that targets just that. Flashlight 360 only targets writing and speaking. It allows the student to record themselves. It allows the teacher to listen to it and give them a recording back. Students are super excited and motivated to do that because they hear immediate feedback from teachers that are only talking to them. They're not talking to the group. It's designated just for them. So that's been a win for us for sure. And lastly, we use a product called Learning A to Z. This goes along with the Science of Reading with Tennessee. It targets our foundational skills for our K through 6 students, so it's for our younger students specifically. And obviously, you know, next month, we're making the grand entrance of ELPA 21, so we will be making that transition over the summer months. We are crossing our fingers and saying an extra prayer that it goes smoothly for our teachers. And as of today, we are still knee-deep in Pulse. We are rocking and rolling the best we possibly can and trying to make it the best product we possibly can. All right, so I wanted to go a little bit over our strategic plan. We talked a lot about our challenges and where our district, what our district uses. And by looking at all of that, it was very easy to come up with a plan for moving forward. We know the areas that we kind of struggle in or that potentially have some challenges, and we want to work forward towards that. So the first one is the obvious one, is just utilize what we have. It's so easy when, you know, you receive funding from the state to say, oh, I've got an extra $1,000, let's go buy this. That doesn't solve the problem. It really is so important to go back to use all of our resources, our platforms, the curriculum that we currently have, and most importantly, our human resources. We have so much that is untapped within our schools and within our districts. Some of our ESL students, all they need is somebody, maybe it's one of the lunch ladies, or maybe it's the bus driver, or maybe it's the PE coach, that strikes up a conversation with them and builds that relationship to help support them as they're moving forward. So it's important that we tap into everyone. We want to continue our professional development, obviously of our ESL teachers and our classroom teachers, but the big one for me this year is making sure that our school administrators are trained. Our school administrators count on the ESL teachers to be the experts. And while they pretty much are the experts in the school, they're not the ones going into other teachers' classrooms to evaluate them. They're not going into the classrooms to observe teachers, to make sure that every student's needs are being met. Not just the general education ones, not the kids with special needs, but our English learners as well. So we'd like to focus on that this year. We also have looked at targeted intentional placement options for our newcomers. As I've said, when those newcomers come into our district, they are scared to death. It's a scary place. I can't even imagine how difficult it is. Our goal is to lower that affective filter so that they feel safe. They want to come to school. They're excited. They're smart kids. They want to show us what they know. But there's always that fear of other kids in the classroom saying something. So to be able to either designate a teacher, create some specific classes just for those students, because the numbers are increasing so rapidly, those students need that little bit of extra attention for, it might only be for a quarter. It might be for a whole year. It depends on the student. But what a wonderful place to have that student released at that point, knowing that they're ready and willing to contribute and to talk and to share, where before they might not have said a word. And I guess lastly is just continue improving how we serve our families. Our ESL families need to have everything that we can offer them. We have translation services that we use. Our district puts out emails and texts through something called Parent Square that is translated into a parent's native language anytime something is being sent out. That helps our parents know what's going on in the school. Is there a dress-up day tomorrow? Is there a half-day tomorrow? Sometimes that message isn't carried from the student home for a lot of reasons. Language may be one of it. They just may be a typical student. You know, it just happens. So improving on that, we have Language Line, in which the telephone is a third person in the room that provides that translation. What we're trying out now, I'm super excited about, our translation earbuds. It helps me develop a relationship with that parent. I can wear one, you can wear one. You may be speaking Turkish, and I may be speaking English, and very close to being in real time, it's translated to you in your native language, and I can hear what you're saying in my native language. What a great way to build a relationship with a parent. They want to feel heard, they want to feel important, and they're validated. So we're excited about doing that. We also want to increase the number of events we have that are cultural events within our schools. We do a lot during the school day, especially elementary school teachers, bless them. They are so good about including holidays and making sure children have a chance to speak about their culture. And the older they get, the fewer those opportunities are, but we really want to have opportunities for families to participate, which means a lot of times it has to be in the evening. It might have to be on a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon. But to have an event where they can come in and feel like, holy cow, I'm a part of this school. I want to share what I know and what I'm bringing to the table, just as much as you're sharing and what you're bringing to the table. So we'd like to keep that up, and as well as continue our collaboration. We work with the town of Collierville to see what resources they have available, what resources they can bring into our town for our families. We have a family resource center that is fantastic with our social workers that can provide some of the basic student needs. Some families might need food for a little while. They might need clothing. They might need school supplies. Those things are readily available for just a quick ask. You know, to continue to do those kinds of things and support our families, maybe even by offering a homework help night or a workshop. You know, how frustrating from a parent's perspective if you don't know how to help your student. It was bad enough when my kids were taking calculus and I had no idea. Google wasn't helping me much. As a parent who's from another culture and with a different language, that provides one whole nother barrier. So anything that we can continue to do to serve our EL families, we are wanting to do. So after looking, I guess, at our challenges and our strategic plan, I think it places our district in a really great spot. I think it helps us to not only meet the expectations of the state, which I think we do easily, but I think we can set our own goals and be able to meet and exceed those so that our district is at a place where we're able to serve our English learner families and our English learners in the schools the best that we possibly can moving forward. So thank you for listening to us today and for letting us share. We're welcoming any questions that you might have between the three of us. Hopefully we can answer.
Thank you very much. Ms. Johnson?
Just a quick question. When you made a comment that one of your challenges was the shortage of teachers, how did you overcome that? Like, where did you get your pool of teachers from then if you had a shortage?
Well, that's exactly what we had to do. We had to pull from what we had. And what has resulted in that is that we find out later on down the road that, oops, we should have had more training on this. We needed to take a day or two to send them, or a week to training. Now, as you know, within a school, that's a really challenging thing to do. When you have a teacher that has a full workload from the beginning of the day to the end of the day, minus the lunch and a little bit of planning, to pull them out of that school, to pay for a sub, to pay for a qualified sub, that's the first issue, to pay for a sub, and then have them leave is a huge challenge. And that's why I said we were able to fill the spots that we needed, but it may not have been in the way we would like to fill them. We would like to be able to grab some teachers and really train them well and give them that exposure and experience of what it means to be an ESL teacher by shadowing other people before we throw them into the fire. Because it really feels, for any teacher, that first time you jump into that classroom, you feel like you're being thrown in.
One other question, you mentioned understanding a culture.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that through workshops that you remedied the little bit of?
We've started to, and that's one of our goals for this coming year. I think we've realized that, especially because of the great number of newcomers, all of our teachers are exposed to these students. At one way, shape, or form, they're going to experience them. It may be in passing in the hallway if they don't have them in a course, or they're going to have them in a class next year. And so I think the importance of that from a district level, and I've even mentioned that to Dr. Dyer early on, is that that's something that we really just need to cultivate within the district, that it's the norm. It's not, oops, we're going to have to do this because we have a new student that's from South Korea. We do it because everybody has different cultures.
This Orton Gillingham,
Yes, ma'am.
which was trained to promote reading.
True, it's a methodology used to promote reading. Yes, ma'am.
And could that be utilized with a child that was not ESL as well?
100%. We use that specifically during RTI with our students who are struggling as a one way to reinforce it. It's a multisensory approach which helps students, write things and touch things and say things and sing things so that it connects some neural pathways in their brain. English learners are the exact same thing. It helps them reinforce that skill that they've already maybe heard some of or maybe been taught some of, but it helps them rebuild that.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I was going to add just one piece of it. When we look at staffing, from Collierville to Cleveland, this is an issue. And I was texting back and forth with the interim superintendent in Cleveland this morning, just I wanted to have my numbers straight. And we added 6 ESL teachers last year. They're adding 6 more this year. It's a school system that has 3,000 less students than where we are, and they probably have close to 40 ESL teachers at this point because of the growth and the explosion in ESL in that particular area. And that population is a lot different than the population that we have in the Collierville area when you look at ESL. It's just interesting to see the dynamic change from one side of the state to the other that's happening. This is not just something happening in our neck of the woods. It's happening all across the state, and it's just an interesting trend to continue.
Very good.
Chairman Eby,
Yes. Chair Emeritus Hargrove.
just call me Lillian.
Okay. Lillian.
It's too much to say. Thank you. First of all, I'm incredibly impressed with what you all have shared with us today. The work you're doing on the ground is just phenomenal. I have to applaud you for what you're doing. Clearly, you don't need my validation of that. But what strikes me too is that, you're figuring it out. You all are incredibly resourceful on your own. It sounds like you're not dependent upon a lot of people, but it seems to me there are other resources that should be coming to support you, especially with the unexpected growth. And you're trying to make sure that they don't forget you. It sounds like you've reached out to them. But it seems to me there's more proactive involvement that's required. And I think about economic development, the team at the state level. I think about workforce development, those individuals. And I don't know if you're getting a whole lot from them, but I think we need to certainly make sure that those resources do not forget. And it's not just in Collierville, because it is across the entire state. How in the world can you be better prepared? What can we as a state do to make sure that you are as prepared as you need to be? The shortage of teachers is the shortage of teachers, and ESL we know is among the top. So I think about that. And I guess at the end of the day, I wanted to know too, what do you think maybe the board or the department, since we have the department representative with the commissioner here and her team that are in the room, is there anything you want to tell us that we can do as a board and the State Department of Education that maybe has not been heard before, other than stop making so many computer conversions? Because I hear you loud and clearly. I was in banking for a long time, and it was one too many conversion at a time. But I'll stop talking so you can respond.
I'll start, and going back to what you were talking about, there's economic growth happening across the state. And again, from Collierville to Cleveland, the state is just booming in so many areas. And, one area that might help, I know there are a lot of Chamber of Commerce, there's a lot of other people at the table looking at the growth and bringing companies in, but I don't know if education really has a seat at that table a lot of times. And to know the growth patterns and what companies might be looking or coming in would be helpful to have, whether it's a superintendent or someone on that committee, just to know so we can start planning ahead for what it might look like if that company moves to our area. And that way we can have just a better knowledge, but also we can help that company better understand the education that we offer and provide for students that are moving that direction. So it's a way to tie the business community in with the education community as we look at all that different growth patterns that are happening. That's just something I might throw out there, but I know these folks have some other ideas.
So I will say I work closely with both the Collierville Chamber of Commerce, not just for ESL, of course, because my work encompasses everything in the district. So I cover everything from pre-K to CTE, everything is under our umbrella. But one thing that I can tell you that the Memphis Chamber of Commerce has started doing recently that I have been extremely impressed with, and I can only speak to the Memphis Chamber because it's the only one that I've been involved in at this level, is when they have companies that are coming in to do, I call them the front runners, that they're sending in their consultants to come look. They have been setting up these large meetings and having large numbers of players at the table, but they're very selective about who they are. They look at what the bid is going to be, and a lot of them that we're getting in the Memphis area right now are national defense bids and electricity bids, power bids. So when they're coming in and they're bringing these companies, we may have meetings, and there may be 4 different companies that are coming in, all vying for the same Department of Energy bids, But they sit us at the table and they bring them in one at a time and let them fire off questions so that we can speak to what we offer in our district and tell them in turn, this is what I have to have from you. Like, for example, if you have a company that's coming in from Australia, you're not going to need a huge amount of ESL support for your employees and people that are coming in. But if you have another one that's coming in from Switzerland, they're going to need to provide me information and maybe even provide me some staffing and some support staff that can work with some of the families to kind of be a liaison, which is a new idea of having true business liaisons working with the table, with the school district and helping them. Those businesses can afford it more than my district can, 100%. So that's something that's fairly new, and it's been super interesting to learn and watch. But that, I don't know if that model is followed in different areas in Tennessee or in different areas of the Southeast, but it's been highly effective for us. And then they let us know who wins the bid, so I know then what direction to go. So far, the ones that have won the bids in our area have not been ones that have, one's come from England and one's come from Australia. So we haven't had a huge amount of ESL support, but that does lend itself to other types of support that they're going to need. So that's one thing. The other thing I can tell you about the staffing is the ESL endorsement program that they were speaking to earlier. It is hugely beneficial to offer endorsement programs like that. So please let me lay that out very clearly. Our teachers, they struggle with their salaries anyway. They don't have the money to go back to school, and they don't have the money to pay for 15 praxis tests to be able to do it. They're expensive. So to be able to offer these programs to them, funded, and it works around their schedule is a huge benefit to us. I will tell you what we are seeing a lot, though, is some of those endorsement programs, the reason you're not seeing huge amounts of staffing shifts that they were talking about is it is open to anybody that wants to join them, and we're not the ones targeting who goes into those programs. So a lot of those programs are getting filled up with people that we don't need them doing that. So that's why you heard Janice say something like, we have teachers that have taken the ESL endorsement, but they're not ready to leave the classroom yet. Well, that's not helping my ESL support staff. That's helping that teacher's resume, and that's helping that teacher's endorsement. And I want them all to be able to get whatever endorsements they want. But that person is not leaving third grade yet because they're not ready to go into a standalone ESL position. The other piece that we're seeing is we do see new, brand new, I call them fresh off the boat teachers that are stepping out of the universities coming in. It is very difficult for a brand new, I've never taught before teacher to step into an ESL position or even a special ed position because they've never managed a classroom before. And so ESL has to be able to be the expert for differentiation, and these young babies are coming in and going to my seasoned 25-year teacher and telling her how she needs to teach differently, and that doesn't always go over great. They're right, and they're telling them the right things, but they don't have the experience to speak to it, and I wish I could tell you I have an answer to that. We need all of them because we just need people. So I don't have a great answer to that other than we love our teachers that get the endorsements and then want to go into the specialties because it gives another opportunity for a younger teacher to be in that classroom. I hope that answers a little bit.
I just want one follow-up, Chairman Eby. You know, for the longest time, schools have been expected to help in the CTE world and making sure that you are doing your part to attract your students into all these different pathways, if you will. And it's past time to flip it and look back the other direction and do what's needed for you all to make sure that there are pipelines that are in the process of being prepared for you all. And I know it's a huge challenge, but thank you for sharing what you did. And I've been taking notes, and even though I'm going off the board, I will follow up. Thank you.
Thank you. A question, how do we evaluate a school that has graduated people out of their ESL classes? In other words, if you're teaching, you're promoting these kids, they're moving forward, is there credit given to the schools? Is there?
So I think that would be more through the accountability system. Yeah, the students that are, they're testing. So when they graduate out, then they're TCAP testing, their end of course testing, their WIDA scores testing. So there are hard data that we can pull to look at that. Now, as far as what credit is the school given, the better they do on that, of course, the better the school is going to do. So I think that's one thing that we're proud of with our WIDA scores is we've consistently maintained very high scores across our district, but we've also had a very consistently laser-like focus on how to support those students. And then we've been extremely blessed with the district that's been able to fund. So when we say we have an influx of 50 new students, we're going to need 2 more teachers, and it's November, they figure out how to make that work, and they say, go hire 2 more teachers. Now, it's not great and easy to find an ESL endorsed teacher that knows what they're doing in November, but our district has done an awesome job of making sure that we have the funding and where can we squeeze somewhere else, because that's not an option. We have to have that, and that's what's best for kids, so where are we gonna shift and squeeze on the other hand? So I can't sing enough of our finance department and our finance officer and our superintendent's office, so.
And I would agree. There's nothing else like a STEM certification that you earn when a certain amount of students pass or graduate on and find success. We don't have that other than what's in the state accountability model right now. And agree, going with the staffing model, we're fortunate, and Cleveland was fortunate as far as having the economic power to go out and find teachers, hire teachers. I do wonder at times, and I've never worked in a very rural community, how do they work through this? How do they fund? How do they do the things that we're able to do and fortunate to do? I do wonder at times in more rural communities how they're able to make this happen.
And that's one of the challenges we hear across the state is that, they have ESL students that come in, 8th, 9th grade or something and can't read, can't communicate. Obviously, Collierville is doing something very, very well. How do we take these lessons learned? And you do have resources that others don't have, but how can we take these lessons learned? How can we add these additional resources so that every student gets that same opportunity?
I think you had asked specifically, what can the board do to support the work? What can you guys do legislatively? I think our request and our plea, I guess, to the state in general is continue to think outside the box. Just because the law has read this for 10 years, that doesn't mean it's working as well as it used to. And be very open to going and speaking to a Jana Church or even to one of our teachers in the classrooms and saying, I know it says they are required to have 1 hour, 60 minutes of this every single day, but when they also have to have 45 minutes of speech and 35 minutes, I can't take them out of the other things. So what can we do to give more individual ability to some of these that is not so standalone and such isolation? So that's what we would request as far as endorsements, scheduling, all of that is just continue to stay on the forefront and think through how can we make this work for every child, and one set thing is not gonna work for every child, ever, so.
And I guess I would just add one thing with that. All these things are great. Computer science is great. All the different programs we're doing, they're all great. But how can we look at also taking things off? How do we take things off the plate of our teachers, our staff, in order to do all these great things that we want to do on top? And that's one of the things that I know can be difficult to do is think through what programs no longer do we need or what standards can we back away from in order to add these things that we now want to do? How do we back away from some of these things that were good 15, 20 years ago, but are still part of the law, part of the program that we have to make sure we're doing to do the things we want to do now, 5, 10, 15 years down the road as well?
And the best way that we can do that is to hear from people like you and from others across the state who are in the trenches as opposed to us sitting here. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Johnson.
One last question. Where is your starting salary for teachers?
We're gonna let Dr. Dyer answer that.
So, yeah. No, we just passed our budget. So the beginning teacher, I believe, is at $50,500 now.
Okay.
For a bachelor's degree, year 0.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Other questions?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Ms. Cox.
Yeah. So I'm by no means like like Chairman Hartgrove. Chair Emeritus Hartgrove said, sorry, she's not wrong, it's a mouthful. You by no means need my validation, and by no means do I have understanding of what it's like to be someone who's learning English as a second language, but I do know how much of a difference having support from a teacher can make, especially having support from a teacher who's willing to put the effort in to find things that I'm interested in or want to learn about, and I know how much of a difference that makes, and I just really wanted to commend you all for putting in that effort and the time into your students, making sure that they have the best opportunities. So I just wanted to throw that compliment to y'all.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Other questions or comments?
I think
Yes.
all I want to add is I really appreciate this. I was just out there last week. Was it last week? And that high school is amazing. It's huge, but it was an amazing experience. But this is high on our list. I mean, our CAO, Christy Brown, and I have talked extensively about how we can really think differently about how ESL students are served in the state, recognizing the diversity, right? I mean, you're talking about, these South Korean families and these Indian families who have a lot, like you said, the expectations are super high. They kind of know enough to be dangerous, right? But in a good way, right? And then you talk about Cleveland and the differences in the family structures that are serving that community in an economic development way, but there's different needs. And so we are definitely thinking and working with our special pops team and with our academics team to really think about what this is. I think we also want to, we've kind of engaged our stakeholder groups with our directors. And so now we know we have one volunteer for our ESL committee. But really, that's what we want to do. We want to learn what's happening on the ground. How can we support and be better with resources, with supports? And yes, I know the platforms are driving y'all crazy, but we want to be there to help and support. So anyway, this is top of the line issue for the department right now.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Any other final comments? Yes, Dr. Morrison.
I would just echo everything that's been shared because it's just so invaluable for us to have these conversations. Thank you for traveling to Nashville right when school gets out. I'm sure you have a million other things you'd rather be doing, but we really value your input. And I did want to note that I don't think I'm too premature in saying this, but we're going to be over your way in November for our quarterly meeting. We're going to be meeting at the Stanton TCAT. The new TCAT is part of Blue Oval, so I hope there'll be a chance to revisit some of these conversations that we're having today. And just on your point, Ms. Rainey, or no, I think it was Dr. Dyer, maybe both of you all said this, the things that we can take off your plate. I mean, we constantly have to be looking back to reevaluate where we can better strategically think about how we're using our limited time and resources. And if you have suggestions on specifics, don't just leave it there. If you have things that you're thinking, oh gosh, I mean, we still have to do this, but we really would rather be using our time for this, like as specific as you can be in those suggestions, we would really value that feedback too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. It's almost 12 o'clock, our lunchtime. We'll take a lunch break and reconvene at 12:45. It's 12:45 plus. So we will reconvene. Next item is work-based learning and dual enrollment update. Ms. Liza Ambrose, State Department of Education.
Good afternoon. My name is Liza Ambrose, and I'm the manager of Early Post-Secondary Opportunities for TDOE. And this is my colleague, Matthew. We are going to be talking about I'm going to be giving an overview of dual enrollment as it currently is in the state. And then I'm going to finish and hand it over to Matthew, who will do the same for work-based learning. So just for our agenda, I'm going to talk about some trends, some participation, and outcome metrics as it relates to dual enrollment. Matthew will do the same for work-based learning. But for me, what I really want to highlight and be sure to communicate is that dual enrollment is very much on the rise across the state, and it is very much in demand from our districts. Districts are very confident that their students will have success, and we'll see that a little bit later in the data, that students are very much succeeding when they choose to enroll in dual enrollment courses. So just as an overview of where kind of we are in dual enrollment as a state. So there are 125 LEAs who have enrolled at least one student in one dual enrollment course in this past academic year. In the course catalog, there are 750 available courses for dual enrollment, both that for this year and then for next year as well. But that split of the courses, so 75% of dual enrollment courses will align directly to a CTE program of study. However, the other 25% are what we typically see in like core content areas, so traditional kind of like English, math, science, history. But all dual enrollment courses will count as an early post-secondary opportunity, or an EPSO, as it relates to a student's Ready Graduate Indicator, a school's letter grade for college and career readiness indicator, and a district's TISA funding.
Let me ask you a question. Do you want questions while you're going through?
Sure, yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Go ahead.
Well, then I have a question.
Sure.
125 LEAs offer at least one dual enrollment. How many LEAs are there across the state? 144, 48, or something like that?
147, I believe.
147.
Yeah.
So that's 22 that aren't offering. Why are they not offering dual enrollment courses?
Sure, yeah, so my guess, we can work with, one thing I'll say about outcomes and enrollment, this is very much a shared space between TDOE, TBR, and THEC. So for specific questions, we can work with those entities to kind of gain some insight with that. My guess would be that it is likely they're enrolling in other EPSOs, just maybe not taking advantage of dual enrollment as it currently stands. So well over 90%, it's close to like 97 or 98% of LEAs are enrolled in at least one EPSO per.
Go ahead.
If I may, there, additionally, we do have a small portion of our LEAs that do not offer high school courses, and thus your dual enrollment courses are only available to students in high school. So when she
like
says
Clinton City.
97+%, it's actually, she's very close to full saturation. Yeah.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, good question. So this past spring, the CCE team had an initiative that we called our District EPSO Survey that we launched via our Commissioner's Update for Directors newsletters, and this was for us to gain information and insight directly from districts to help us continue to strategize around EPSOs moving forward and to continue to align with our multitude of innovative school models initiatives that we have throughout our team. So we got about 44 LEAs and responded in that, and we got a broad range of respondents, including district administrators, teachers, CTE directors, school counselors, EPSO advisors. And all of over 90% of those respondents indicated that they offer dual enrollment to their students. And so I'm sharing that because I'm going to share some of the insights that we gained from that survey about dual enrollment. So, for the dual enrollment trends, the biggest thing we heard loudly and clearly is that there is an increased participation and accessibility for students. So again, I'll share some numbers in a minute, but we are seeing dual enrollment continue to increase year over year and across the state and serve in every TBR service region as opportunities for dual enrollment access continue to increase. along with that increase, district confidence in student success is increasing as well. So some of the tension that we hear, particularly as it relates to EPSOs, is that students can enroll in these EPSO courses but don't always pass the challenge exam, ergo missing the college credit comport. We don't hear that very much from dual enrollment specifically.
Let me just make one other comment.
Yeah.
For our listening audience, everybody doesn't know what EPSO, meaning
Sure.
early post-secondary opportunity, in acronyms, so please be sure and describe what each acronym is when you use it.
For sure, I will. Thank you for that note. And I will also, to give some context, dual enrollment is one of 8 of our EPSOs that we have. So dual enrollment is when we have our advanced placement, International Baccalaureate, and Cambridge International Education. We have our statewide dual credit courses and our local dual credit courses, dual enrollment, and then what we call our CLEP exams, which are also overseen by the College Board. So dual enrollment is one of 8 opportunities that students could have to earn high school and college credit simultaneously through one course.
Just for, again, now, can you explain the difference between dual enrollment and dual credit?
Yeah, so what our buckets of dual credit fall into statewide dual credit and local dual credit. Dual enrollment is where it's a post-secondary course where a high school student earns high school and college credit at the same time. And then we have 2 different kinds of dual credit. So our statewide dual credit is a set of 13 courses that will when a student enrolls, it's a high school course, and then when they pass the challenge exam, that credit matriculates to any TBR institution across the state. And then our local dual credits, it is a course that is distinctive between the LEA and the local post-secondary institution, and so it's one course that is transferred just specifically to that institution from the LEA itself. So it's in its name, it's more locally designed and driven. Did that answer your question?
Thank you.
Okay, great. So in our dual enrollment world, though, overall we're seeing very much an increased demand for opportunities for dual enrollment, and part of that, again, is because districts are very confident that when students enroll in dual enrollment courses, they will get the full benefits, being exposure to rigorous academic and post-secondary content, and getting the college credit by passing the course at the end. And then because of that, districts are also expanding dual enrollment options in their districts because they get the benefits of Ready Graduate Indicators, CCR letter grades, and also TISA funding as it's an EPSO course. And then districts very much see dual enrollment and EPSOs in general as enhancing students' readiness for college and careers and giving students chances to explore various career fields that are available to them through post-secondary coursework. And in addition to exploring those post-secondary paths, they also get an accelerated path. So again, if students take the courses and then pass the exams, they're now banking college credit before they even have left high school to begin whatever their post-secondary path is. Schools are actively and so because of that, schools are, again, expanding opportunities for students to enroll in dual enrollment. The biggest piece we hear is that it is specifically for dual enrollment because of the dual enrollment grant. Dual enrollment saves students in post-secondary tuition costs through that transferable college credit. So for those of you who may not be familiar, the dual enrollment grant it's a lottery-based scholarship and allows students up to 10 courses throughout their academic career. And courses 1 through 5 are funded up to, I think it's $554 and some change, but students can enroll in 5 courses that are covered essentially, and then courses 6 through 10 are covered at up to $100 a credit hour. So students are really, because this is available to them, we're seeing a huge increase in student enrollment, so students are also very much accessing this benefit to them. And then finally, from this survey, their trends, we're seeing a huge preparation for college level work. Students, when they enter post-secondary, are less intimidated by the rigors of college work because they've had that exposure in high school already. So in addition to some trends, positive trends, we do see some barriers as well. Scheduling can be one, teacher availability at the post-secondary institution. For supply costs, our team, our CCTE team, is actively working to try to rethink about where can we find either some gap funds and some additional funding to cover those costs that are not tuition-based. So either materials or supplies that can add up really quickly and can be a barrier for students to enroll in dual enrollment courses. Transportation for students who are younger or not able to drive, if the district's not covering transportation, that can be a barrier. And then credit transferability, specifically if a student doesn't matriculate to the post-secondary institution where they took the dual enrollment course, sometimes those courses don't transfer one-to-one directly when they pursue post-secondary. There can also be, if a student is transferring outside of a TBR college, those credits, it is up to the receiving college of how those credits will be received for post-secondary credit. So sometimes they're still earning the high school credit as they would normally, but sometimes on the college end, the credit transferability can be a barrier for students.
Typically, what % of those classes transfer maybe universally or
So if it's TBR to TBR, it's I would say nearly one-to-one, because TBR does, I would say, a really good job of ensuring that consistency between colleges. I can look in, or we can look into seeing what that transfer looks like outside of the TBR
that would be good to know.
institution. Sure.
By law, they have to be accepted at the public institutions, so they will articulate to credit. What is not always is, does it count as an introductory animal science or a introductory biology? So by law, they have to be accepted.
Okay.
So we're not losing credits towards that 120 or the 60 credit hour mark for graduation. It would be how is it transcripted that I think we'll see. Unfortunately, sometimes between systems, you can get a little bit of differentiation.
Thank you, that's helpful.
So this is just an overall, brought some numbers that we're looking at between 2015, and this is dual enrollment, again, at TBR colleges. So you'll see a slow and steady increase across those about 7 years, a small dip for COVID in 2020. And I will say, we actually just got our numbers from TBR in last week for 2023, and as of fall 2023, dual enrollment was at 32,301 students. So we're continuing to see that big increase across the state and in enrollment.
Yes, Ms. Johnson.
With the increase in dual enrollment, do you have to turn students away as they're applying? Or is their need being filled with the possibilities?
So from our end, from a TDOE end, we can work again with TBR to get that information. I have not heard that that's been a reality from our districts that we've worked with. Excuse me, and then specifically at TCAT, there's also been some really encouraging and really impressive enrollment as well. So a growth of 50% just from fall 2021 to 2022. In West Tennessee, in that same time frame, there was a 70% increase. And at 10 TCATs across the state, enrollment either doubled or tripled between 2019 and 2022. And these are some numbers similarly to show that based on service region. All are above, 50%. The Upper Cumberland, you'll see that percent is smaller at 9%. Dual enrollment is pretty well established in that region, and that's still showing a percent growth year over year. So year over year, we're just seeing continued growth in enrollment and demand for dual enrollment in TCAT specifically. Yeah.
Maybe we're going to show it. I was
Sorry.
going to ask,
There we
what % of the students are in dual enrollment? That's the next slide? No, I don't know.
That we're talking. Those are about credits.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Specifically.
So typically, what % of students engage in dual enrollment?
Overall, I don't know that. I don't know that off the top of my head, but we can work with our TBR for sure to see.
Yeah, that'd be helpful, particularly
For sure.
since TCAT and all these others provide that, so.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. So this slide shows credits attempted versus credits earned per student year over year from 2012 to now. So what the highlights to show from this are that in 2012, students were attempting almost 9 credits, so about 3 classes, and they were earning just over 8. And now, 10 years, later, they're attempting over 11 and earning over 10. So again, consistent with our enrollment, as the enrollment is continuing to increase, the number of courses that students are attempting and earning are also increasing as well.
So that's one student, if they were in dual enrollment.
Correct.
Last year, they would have, average student that's in dual enrollment would have been attempting 11 credits. Okay.
Correct. So this is just our student, kind of what its typical student profile looks like of a dual enrollment student. 3/4 of them have a high school GPA of 3.5 or higher before they enroll. And then when they go to enroll, they're generally taking general education, TBR Gen Ed requirements. So that red is their English requirements, that blue is math, the orange would be kind of social sciences or history or science or one of those, and then the light blue would be elective for how that breakdown. And so of dual enrollment students, 23% return directly to community colleges after graduation. The college-going rate overall in Tennessee is about 50, for the class of 2022, was 54.3%. And then, but the dual enrollment college-going rate is actually 78.4%. So we see very much the vast majority of our dual enrollment students will pursue college after, after they are finished with high school. Correlatively being that, a large reason being that they have this exposure to post-secondary coursework before they go into, they choose what they want to do.
And that 78% number, that's like all college, right? That's community college, TCAT.
College going rate, yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Just want to make sure.
Do you expect, I think you said your TCAT numbers went up by 50% or something like that. So in the next years, do you expect this number to go up, those returning to community colleges, or does that doesn't include TCATs then?
That specific 23% is just community college, that's
Community
correct.
colleges.
Yeah, correct. But I would say the overall college going likely would increase as we're seeing expansion of younger students being able to dual enroll in TCAT as well
Right.
as, I would say annually, we see some legislative attempt to increase the number of students who can access their dual enrollment grant dollars. I would not be surprised if that number continued to increase.
Question.
Oh, yeah.
If you could go back one slide, please.
Sure.
So I was tracking with you until the last statement where you said something to the effect of the 74% of college-going rate is an indicator of, it's a result of the students who've been exposed to that type of coursework. On this particular slide, if you look at that third bar, the 19%, I mean, and we could look at the 5 and the 2% also. Like when I look at this data, I'm asking myself the question, is it causation, is it correlation?
Yeah, sure.
Because if we start to make decisions with the assumption that if we expose kids through dual enrollment, they're more likely to go to college, that might result in, policy A. Whereas if we look at it and say, well, actually what's happening here is the kids who are more naturally going to be inclined to pursue academic, challenge, are going to go to college, are more likely to go to college, and therefore we may not actually be increasing the likelihood of those particular students. So with that in mind, if I look at this bar chart that you've got, I guess the question is, what are the trends that you're seeing in the students who are below 3.5? Because it seems like those would be the ones where we might actually be able to influence it through causation and not just be reading it as a result of correlation.
Sure. So I can speak through, I imagine that answer is multifaceted, so we can definitely take it, back to our team and look at it as well. I would say in the world of EPSOs and what I know to be true as EPSOs, how we approach that is we want to give students as many pathways, and we have a variety of EPSOs to meet a variety of needs for students who are kind of prepared to that. So what I would say is and this would be an assumption because I would not say I have a direct answer to that. My thought was that they're just choosing to not opt into a dual enrollment course specifically, or they're just choosing a different pathway, for them in a post-secondary way. So does that answer your question?
Yeah, I think
what you said.
I guess maybe the test would be if we take out the students who are at 3.5 and above and just kind of take them out of the data for just a second and look at just the ones who are below that. What are the trends that we're seeing, and are the policies that we're putting in place causing that to improve, or are we just improving the people who are at 3.5?
Sure, absolutely, yeah. For sure, we can look into that and see and get further information for that. And I will add too, and I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, this is very much outcomes are very much a shared space between TBR, TDOE, THEC, and TSAC. So we commune regularly and can look into that information and kind of drill down further on those students.
Ms. Harple?
Yes, Mr. Moldenhauer, what I can tell you is that nationally, what we see out of dual enrollment research is that not only are we increasing the students that are advancing into post-secondary, but we're we're getting those students that would not have gone otherwise, that we are actually creating some causation there with students in those lower groups that weren't just going anyway, that exposure to rigorous coursework and the understanding both in the exposure and in the students' thoughts of themselves as being college material, that they are indeed more likely to enroll in college having had those experiences. The other thing that we are seeing from looking at the data is as we are increasing the dual enrollment at TCATS, we are seeing that GPA go down some. Their students are younger, and they're specializing at TCATS in curriculum that, while rigorous and highly beneficial to the students, doesn't necessarily look like the student who's getting an A in English literature. So we're diversifying who is participating in dual enrollment, which we're really excited about, and hopefully to have the impacts of increased dual enrollment and going directly into college being more spread out across all our students that are capable of doing that, rather than just that group that, you're right, was gonna go anyway. And so wonderful that they're doing that, but we weren't moving the mark. We were just helping those students maybe get through college faster.
So
Commissioner
if I
Rhodes.
could, so I think what I'm hearing from you though, and why I was asking that question earlier, because like when I think about college, I think 2-year, 4-year, technical, TCAT, all the things, right? Any post-secondary level thing. I think what I think is important is that, yes, okay, we already, this assumption, the 74%, they've got the high grades, they're gonna go to college, and I think there's this mentality around 4-year, that these are the 4-year kids. But I think the message is we need to do a better job in these areas under this 3.5. I mean, yeah, it's great that we're getting there, but we're not quite there. And one of the reasons this kind of triggered me a little bit is yesterday I had a great conversation with some folks talking about students with disabilities who also embark upon college pathways, right? They want to go to college, their parents want to go to college, they want to have that experience of college, whether it's, 2-year, 4-year, whatever, because there are some 4-year programs that allow students with disabilities. But like, why aren't we thinking about how we could engage students with disabilities in these spaces as well? Like, I feel like sometimes we limit dual enrollment to only the kids we think are gonna go to the 4 years. And so I would just say that I hope that as a department that we can start thinking about how we can encourage folks to look at this as not just a 4-year path. This is about a post-secondary experience for all kids, regardless of where you land in this GPA pot. And I think we need to be looking at our special populations and how we also engage them in these opportunities to think about these early post-secondary opportunities. I wanted to make sure we define that because I don't think we ever did, which is the EPSO. But how do we really think about this differently? Because I feel like dual enrollment to me, and I've only been here, I don't know, 10 months, something like that. As long as Chrissy, I think, has been here. Is how can we do a better job in dual enrollment? It's a little bit of a black box to me. And so it just seems like there's some opportunities there to really increase the level of all the kids that can at least experience this in one way or the other. And are we creating any barriers, or is it a communication barrier? What is it? So no need to answer, but that's just kind of, this got me going after the meeting yesterday, so that's where I was going.
To follow up on what you were saying and what Mr. Mullenhour was saying is, I think one way, maybe a better chart would be the actual number of students in each one of these categories from year to year, and hopefully that is growing to show that we are meeting those, and the percentage of students within those categories, so that, in the category 2.0 to 2.49, there's 40% of those students are in those classes. I think those would be helpful, and also below 2.0. Our mission is to prepare students for post-secondary success. That means all students, and it may be college, it may be TCATs, it may be going out and becoming a welder at $100,000 a year through welding classes or whatever that they've taken. So, yeah, I think there's better ways to present this data that would be more helpful as we move forward.
For sure. We can, absolutely, we can look into that.
So just to be clear, I'm delighted to see the trend, the overall trend, and you've done a great job presenting today. It's that one bar chart that just suggests that there's something that there's some layers that we may want to peel, because I'm surprised at how steeply it drops off at each of those GPA levels.
I just hope not to spoil too much of my portion of the presentation, but I believe some of that will be addressed later, yeah.
Oops. And just as some kind of final cumulative outcomes as it's related to dual enrollment, the most common credential we see as a result for students, for dual enrollment students specifically, is the associate's degree. Majority of those come from your middle and early colleges that we have across the state. But these are credentials completed by dual enrollment students while they are in high school. So again, similar to enrollment trends, you'll see a steady increase specifically of those associate's degrees over the past 10 years. And with that.
Hi, my name is Matthew Spinella. I'm the Director of Work-Based Learning and Industry Engagement. Before I get into my slides, and I'll be very brief, I just want to share, since 2018-19, we at the Department of Education value very highly the impact that work-based learning has on all students. Before I got to the department, I was a classroom teacher, and when I taught work-based learning, it was almost a goal of mine to have students, especially in the graduating class, as far up on the class rank as possible, and every year I did have the valedictorian, and as far down on the graduating class, and even students who were credit deficient or at risk, to help get them across the line, because work-based learning does encompass all students. And in law, as defined in Tennessee Code Annotated, work-based learning is the application of academic and technical knowledge in a work setting that involves actual work experience. It takes a number of different shapes, sizes, forms, and so because of how wide, how wide-reaching it can be, that's the reason why we want to kind of address as many students as possible. So I'm really glad that we had that question about what do we do with these students with the certain GPAs and their matriculation rates and so forth. And while lifelong learning is certainly a very important part of all success, whether it's in the workforce or the community, whether that's at an accredited post-secondary institution of higher education, through a targeted training program, through an employer or a workforce development agency or so forth, I don't want to say anything disparaging about post-secondary. I have a master's degree, but for students to actually understand what they like and what they're good at and leverage them into a fulfilling career, that does not always include matriculation to a 2-year college, technical college, 4-year university, master's degree, what have you. It sometimes requires them, as you had mentioned, to go into a workforce development training program, businesses, organizational training, and maintain that lifelong learning passion, but not necessarily have a piece of paper or a specific set of credentials next to their name that indicates the level of education that they may have. So that's kind of really what I wanted to dig into. A lot of the questions that we received for this are data-driven, so I'm going to kind of try and tell a story with the data, and again, I'll be very brief. So in the state of Tennessee, there are 40,863 student enrollments statewide. How that's broken down, very clearly, as I mentioned earlier, you have your off-campus workplace-based experiences, you have your on-campus school-based experiences, you have a lot of research that is being conducted, project-based learning, internship, the list goes on. And there are 78 different courses now for work-based learning that you can actually enroll your high school students in grades 11 or 12, age 16 or above. There are 127 LEAs, including state special school districts, that offer work-based learning courses, one of those 78 courses. And really, because our passion was to grow work-based learning participation from 2018 until today, the capacity building through high-quality training and outreach to LEAs speaks to this 2,339 educators who currently hold an active work-based learning certificate. That number has tripled effectively, almost tripled. It was slightly over 800 in 2018-19, and now we're almost 2,400. And there's an entire school building experience that kind of has based its vision and mission on work-based learning related, lifelong learning, and that's the PI Center in Bradley County. So there's a nice little quote from their website on there. But again, to speak to where we've been in 2018-19 with tremendous enrollment, comparatively speaking, with other states, work-based learning enrollment in Tennessee, even at that time, Tennessee was a top 10, so top 20% state in work-based learning enrollment, and we have done nothing but grow over time. I do want to speak to that last column chart there, 23-24. The data that we have reported in there is through the second quarter of the school year. So that Q2 enrollment equals the Q4 or cumulative full year enrollment for 22-23. So in 23-24, we do our quarterly enrollment reports every July. That's Q4. That's when we get our final data. October, that's our Q1. January, which is the last report that we received when this presentation was submitted for approval. And at that time, you've got all fall enrollments and some spring enrollments, which meets 2022-23. Q3 report has us in the 41,000 number, but again, as we approach that end of year number, the number is set to grow. I couldn't expect it to take a step back. So here are the LEA trends that I wanted to discuss are, again, broad, high level, and then take it a step further into what we're doing in districts. So of those 127 districts that offer work-based learning, that experience for students varies. Why? Because at the state of Tennessee, we're very much a central guidance and local control philosophy. And so how each individual building prepares itself for a work-based learning experience is dependent on what that local administrator might want to determine. Your directors of schools, your school building principals, your academic officers, and CTE directors all collaboratively work to determine how can we follow the guidance from the department and give the best opportunities for our students to contribute to the community. So those are the factors. It's kind of a summary of what it says on that slide. And then when you get into some real drawn-in data, if we want to drill down, we have 28 at-risk, 8 distressed counties in the state of Tennessee. There are more districts in those counties than just the one county, right? So you might have multiple school districts in one of the distressed or one of the at-risk counties. Because of that, we have 9 distressed districts in 8 distressed counties that offer work-based learning participation opportunities. And then there are 35 at-risk districts among 28 counties that have it. So we are approaching, I don't believe that's 100% saturation, but it is very, very close. So I think we are off by 1 district in an at-risk county that currently does not offer it. So 127 districts, not all of them have high schools, so we are very close to 100% participation, and that's kind of where we're going in the future of getting work-based learning opportunities available for students. Now, when you actually disaggregate the enrollment data, both statewide and locally, we're going to talk about our special populations, the trends, and the new opportunities. So in addition to kind of the aggregate number, which is approaching or exceeding 41,000 for this school year, we have 8,923 BHN, or Black, Hispanic, Native American students, 7,479 students with disabilities participating in credit-bearing work-based learning experiences. There are non-credit-bearing work-based learning experiences for students with disabilities that are not counted in this enrollment report. 8,414 economically disadvantaged students, and then 899 EL, or English learners. And when you take a look at the actual data, right, you're going to take a look at this broken down by subgroup. This just basically shows a 3-year trend, which is when we started monitoring and disaggregating to that extent. What you see with the English learners is such a small number. It's dwarfed by the BHN, SWD, ED. I spoke earlier with some folks in the EL division, and as it turns out, if you go back to this number of 899, so let's just call it 900 for purposes of, using a round number. If we have 40,000 or 41,000, 899 is approximately greater than 2% of 41,000, we can all agree. And so when we look at 2%, right, excuse me, 20%, we look at 20% enrollment of our English learners, there is an approximately 1% student population that is designated as English learners in the state of Tennessee. If we have approximately 1 million students and we have less than 90,000 EL students, 1% of the population is EL. However, when we look at this in a work-based learning scale, we have over 20% of our work-based learning students are EL. So that kind of just speaks to the access that we try and have for all students across the board. And then in the course information, this will also be brief. There are 78 courses. One course is tied to each career and technical education program of study. And then there are also courses for students that are not CTE focused. So our distinguished scholars, our fine arts, and so forth, there are courses for those students as well. Non-CTE, CTE, and also students with disabilities who have an IEP may enroll in any work-based learning course as determined by the IEP team. So collectively, if anyone has a student with a disability or on an IEP, these meetings are very student-centered and based off of that student's least restrictive environment, capacity to meet course standards, whether they enroll in that credit-bearing special education course, non-credit-bearing special education course, or any of the other courses that are not designated for students with disabilities. That's up to the IEP team to determine, and that's how we are able to monitor at least those 8,000 some odd students that are SWDs that are enrolled in credit-bearing work-based learning courses. My trends. Okay. So again, to the question that we had earlier about our students who have, let's say, lower grade point averages and their matriculation rates and this, that, in partnership with a nonprofit, Jobs for the Future, they were awarded a competitive grant from the U.S. Department of Education to expand and create opportunities for students in which they have a dual enrollment course that is offered from an accredited technical or community college, where 80%, no more than 80% of the curriculum is delivered by that post-secondary institution staff. So your standards, your instruction, your assessment, that no more than 80% goes from your traditional TCAT community college or university. At least 20% of that information, that course curriculum, assessment, instruction must be delivered by an employer. So this is kind of like a hybrid between your work-based learning and your dual enrollment. Now the focus for this grant is exclusively in computer science, IT, STEM, and advanced manufacturing. And of our 13 pilot districts, because there's not been a huge amount of funding available, it's approximately, they tried to spread the money as much as possible. Of the 13 schools receiving, I think it's $40,000 in funding to get the pilot off the ground. That's where we're seeing a lot of our students who have our GPAs in the 2.0, 2.5, 3.0 categories. I don't have that data, unfortunately, but I can provide that. But you're seeing persistence among that student body. Why? Because much like the definition of work-based learning, when you're applying what it is that you're learning to a real-world scenario, and it's actually a part of the workforce participation rate, you want to advance that education. So the next progression in your community college or technical college courses that get you additional skills that will qualify you for a raise at the employer where you're working is actually going to be a carrot that is dangled in front of you more than, let's say, I've taken this level 1 course, now I want to take the level 2 course, because there's employment and payment, like wages, connected to it. And Nissan in Deckard, Tennessee, happens to be like a flagship for this program, mainly because they have the largest number of students participating with Franklin High School, and they also are the most invested. So that's kind of just a way that we're trying to, again, when we talk about student participation, enrollment, and expansion, that's kind of where we want to be. So outcome data, again, this will be very quick. Any column on the left-hand side is going to be your non-WBL students. Any column on the right is going to be your WBL students. So what is our seamless transition to post-secondary rate? Work-based learning students matriculate to post-secondary more, or transition to post-secondary at a higher rate than those that do not participate in work-based learning courses. And then when we take a look at our ACT scores, percentage of ready graduates, we'll get to ACT in a minute. Percentage of ready graduates, the work-based learning students outpace non-work-based learning students. I did skip over the ACT. And lastly, their ACT scores, again, outpace those of non-WBL students. So mainly because you just think back to that analogy. What do I like? What do I good at? What am I good at? How do I leverage that into a fulfilling career? When a student can kind of see that and understand the value of the educational component and applying it to the workforce, you're gonna see a larger number of students that are more in tune, more dialed in, and more invested in their education. And that's where the data shows it in the outcomes. This is just a summary. We've had more educators get work-based learning certificates so that they can teach the course. Our enrollment has subsequently grown. As our enrollment has grown, subgroup participation has kept pace. Many LEAs indicated a desire to enhance their placements, linking students to more high-wage, in-demand, high-growth occupations, and that targeted training is also a big reflection of that with our larger employers. So I tried to move through this knowing we were limited in time, and so I kind of went too fast for anybody to ask a question, but you can ask now.
Thank you. Questions? Go ahead, Dr. Morrison.
Well, I was just going to see if you wanted to expand a bit more on the new model, the WBC, our new acronym,
Yeah.
work-based course. I mean, because that's really interesting and gets to Mr. Mollenhauer's question, I think, about how we're expanding the pool of students for whom this is like a meaningful opportunity potentially, and just seems like a interesting thing to watch. I assume that's something that's kind of happening nationally, like piloted nationally, or is this just Tennessee? Like,
I
tell us a
know
little
of
bit
no
more.
other state that's doing it because this model was drafted by Jobs for the Future, the nonprofit, and they had Tennessee in mind when they wrote the grant. And so, and we have like monthly calls with them, and they have no other states that they're partnering with for this particular grant. So we're really in its infancy, and it's in the beginning, and it's something that we believe, like, this component of the work is a passion project for me. So with the 13 pilot schools that are participating, we have a goal by 24-25 to have specific invitations to LEAs based off of the data that we have. Where do we have a good number of dual enrollment, but also a gap in dual enrollment and work-based learning? So we're going to have invitations to those districts to come on board and hopefully have some expansion opportunities and so forth. So where it goes, I don't know, but I think it's something that could grow. And then it would be pretty sweet if we were spotlighted nationally for the work. That would be great as well. So yeah, thank you.
That's exciting. Well, keep us posted.
Thank you.
To be successful, we have to have, obviously, employer partners. Are we limited by the number of employer partners we have? Or are we limited by the number of students that we have wanting to be in work-based learning?
So that's a good question. And so if we're speaking on supply and demand, our demand, let me just forget about those two terms. The number of employers that participate in work-based learning over time has grown in relation to the number of work-based learning coordinators that we have trained. Why? Because in the training, we give them strategies for how do you introduce yourself to a business? How might you engage with a chamber, workforce development agency? Who are the people that you can speak to? So as the capacity has grown in number and in the quality of training, we've gotten more employers. I will say, of our larger employers, and this is the experience, one thing I can do a better job of is speaking to more of our smaller businesses, but between Nissan in Deckard, Tennessee, and Smyrna, Tennessee, Volkswagen, Gestamp, Oshkosh Defense, Stanley Black & Decker, all of our big manufacturing organizations, Valmont, they have capacity to take more students as the district provides more students. So you'll see those growth, as well as the number of partners that also grows. Where we want, and I'll just give you a look into where my project plan is. Student enrollment growth was the number one focus from 2019 to 2023-24. 24 to 29, we want to have 100% of districts that have high schools all the high schools offer work-based learning. Then 29 to 34, we want to have what we call universal work-based learning. So only at that point will we really see whether or not there's a supply and demand issue. But right now, we're meeting the demand. There was a question
Yes,
here.
Ms. Johnson.
What is the requirement? You said that the work-based learning manufacturing or whatever company has to have a certificate. What allows them to gain a certificate?
Only the coordinator, so the teacher of record for the course at the school, has to complete a training. The employer, this is as hands-off as possible. You operate as profitably as you can. If you own a business and you want to hire students or you have questions about hiring students, you communicate with the coordinator who has that certificate, knows the Child Labor Act, knows the Wage Regulation Act. So there is no additional burden on an employer to take on our students.
Okay.
Other questions? Well, thank you very much. Obviously, this is a growing area. It's a very important area as we continue to prepare our students for post-secondary success. Also looking work-based learning, not just in high school, but moving it down into the middle schools and educating our students about what opportunities they have when they get to high schools and they can participate in, and in the early post-secondary opportunities for TCATs, for middle colleges, for community colleges, for universities. These are all what we want to do as we move forward with our students. Thank you so much. Next item, Mr. Nathan James is going to tell us about legislative updates.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Looky there. Thank you so much. All right, so here's our legislative report for 2024. Let's talk a moment about the unique place that we hold with the General Assembly. What are we to the legislature? We try to be truth tellers, and as folks who give the news accurately and the best way we know how. And sometimes that's for the better, and sometimes that's for the worse. But we are respected for our integrity and asked to weigh in, and that's quite a burden to carry. But it's also an appropriate one. And what that means is when we make mistakes, we own those up and we take full responsibility. But we're also trusted partners and advisors. We're not part of the administration. So what that means is that we can work independently with legislators to discuss their vision for particular issues in education. And also, it's nice to be able to remind folks about how it's been tried in the past and what's happened and what were the unintended consequences that came from those circumstances. And that's something that we take very seriously as well. As you know, we don't go through and flag bills and we don't take positions and that kind of thing, but we are able to act in partnership with everyone who is wanting what's best for students. Another thing that we provide is continuity from one time to another. It's institutional memory. It's the ability to know what's happened in the past. And in this session, obviously, we as a body adopted a resolution about an issue that was in front of the General Assembly. And that issue was taken very seriously, I would say. And one of the messages that came was that your resolutions are taken very seriously, which of course you well knew, having adopted only 5 in the last 15 years. But there was, as much as there may have been difficult moments that resulted from that, there were also a lot of thank yous and a lot of time spent on the positive side there. So what does it mean to be a partner with our legislative folks? It means a straightforward analysis of the consequences of legislation. It means being willing to work on creative solutions that don't always go with the educrat way of looking at things. In other words, not always the latest and greatest, but understanding from a broad perspective of Tennesseans and people who have gone through a lot of different things, what would happen as a result. It's also essential that we follow through when we say we're going to do a thing, and because we have done so consistently, we've been able to act as good partners. Also understanding that political realities will drive policies, so it's better to have competence in these areas to help steer the educational enterprise of this state responsibly. We can all find politics distasteful, but there's nothing more vibrant in a democratic republic than the conversations that go into the governance of what unites us all as people, and that is education. Our partnership through the years has looked like the process where we have our standards review, that was in 15 and 16, expansions with the legal research and external affairs teams over the years, even the creation of the Charter Commission, the BEP Review Committee work that Chairman Eby and Chairman Hartgrove did being incorporated into the new funding formula, and the ERIC Commission as well. All of these are examples of our partnership through the years. Now, let's talk about this specific legislative session. First of all, this was a time of specific fiscal constraint. The revenue collections were not what may have been, maybe we had grown used to over the last several years, and that colored discussions throughout the legislative session, from the beginning to the end. Also, the issue of Freedom Scholarships, as there was still $147 million put into that budget, and the matters of franchise and excise tax. So folks were on different sides of that issue until literally the final day of the session. So they adopted a conference committee report on that matter, which revised the state's franchise tax structure and authorized refunds to taxpayers that paid franchise tax on the value of their real and tangible personal property owned and used in Tennessee. These were huge issues. Let's go by the numbers. 1,500 bills introduced with 280 passing. There were 275 education bills and resolutions filed with roughly 100 K-12 bills that passed, including sunset bills. So if you look at that, it's nearly a third of the legislation that was acted on this year that was passed was related to the work of educating Tennesseans. So let's take a look at the priorities of the State Board of Education that were made law. Obviously, sunset extension is a big deal. The Constitution of Tennessee outlines certain specific entities, and only those specifically outlined in the Constitution are not subject to legislative sunset. So we took it as a boon and a vote of confidence that we were extended by 6 years, knowing that the original recommendation was going to be 4 years. So the committee itself took action on that to extend it 2 more years. There was a bill that we were able to get passed, and I want to thank Senator Powers and Representative Slater, and that became Public Chapter 577. And it closed potential loophole that was there where you had a situation where, because a person wasn't necessarily convicted of a particular offense but had instead entered a pleading of guilt or nolo contendere, that there was a question about whether our licensure folks could take the proper action that they needed to make certain that those folks would be kept out of the classroom or that their license would be suspended as appropriate. Our next act, which we could call the Honorable Laurel Cox Act, makes it clear that our State Board of Education student member will be counted as present when absent from school to attend to board business. Other priorities, let's see, let's take a look at significantly altered legislation. This is legislation that we worked with members on who contacted us and wanted to work together. The first one, Public Chapter 829, this legislation allows parents to retain their students in grades K through 2 if there's a documented behavioral or academic delay. That's considerably different than the bill was when it was first put into play. And we were able to work with the sponsors to come out with the legislation that you see there before you. Public Chapter 551, this was a great example. We took our senior team and we spent what was about an hour and a half on a Teams meeting with the sponsors to work through what would be some of the better things that the state could do to begin to address math, rather than just to try to make a copy of another piece of legislation that had passed a few years ago. And so this identifies professional development for K-8 math teachers. It convenes a math expert review committee and updates the standards for teaching as a profession courses for math instruction, as well as a landscape analysis to see where is math instruction done very well around the state and how can that be replicated. Another one, Public Chapter 910, this bill would have required the State Board of Education to convene hearings before the end of July this year and have each and every superintendent that did not have the proper ratio of nurses to appear in front of you in person both this year and every year thereafter. Luckily, Senator Sutherland and Representative Davis were both willing to amend that language. And so we'll meet with Representative Davis after the numbers come in and we're able to see how many districts we're talking about have a nursing shortage. We talk an awful lot about teacher shortages, but remember as well that law enforcement has a tremendous shortage and nurses all the more. So that's one of the issues. Let's take a look at related legislation. We knew last year that the Senate had passed what became Public Chapter 523 to require Tennessee history to be taught in the first semester of the 5th grade. We knew the House was going to follow suit, and what came out with our social studies standards took that into cognizance and kept it in mind. And so that was reflected even before the law was passed. This next one we worked very closely with the sponsors on, as well as our friends from the Department of Education and the Higher Education Commission. And this is a study to identify math courses that could be substituted for Algebra 2, keeping in mind that this legislation as well would have simply set the answer to that question at the very beginning. So this gives us an opportunity to convene the folks who ought to be part of that conversation and come up with some responses, some alternatives for that. With relation to the presentation we just saw, this next one, PC 543, takes legislation and increases from 3 to 6 the maximum credits a student can earn in a work-based learning program. Keeping in mind there were a number of pieces of legislation related to dual enrollment as well, and you know it's becoming, I think, and I think the hope is that it becomes the norm for all of our students and not just our highest flyers to find that credential and to be able to make a living where they seek to do that. And so I'd say that flows right with that. Senator Powers and Representative White with Public Chapter 693, this clarified the requirements around computer science for middle school. You might remember that when that legislation was initially passed, it said all middle school students would take a course in computer science. So obviously districts around the state were trying to figure out, does that mean I hire a 7th, 8th, and 6th grade teacher all to teach computer science? Do we teach it all at once? And so some things had to be clarified from that initial act, and this took care of that. So Public Chapter 571, it's Internet Crimes Against Children, to the list of topics to be covered in family life curriculum. DCS will form a task force on children's justice and child sex abuse to recommend family life changes to TDOE annually. And then there was the Innovative School District Act. That was brought at the request of the University of Memphis, which is doing some interesting things down there with its university school. That one took a great deal of involvement from our staff and from others around the state to try to find the path forward on that. That's something that I think we'll all be watching eagerly. This one was mentioned as well. This is Public Chapter 876. It allows teaching on permits, folks teaching on permits to teach EOC courses. That is a considerable departure from the state's policies in the past. That was brought by the TSBA. There was Senator Hale and Speaker Sexton brought the Opportunity Charter Schools Act, temporary teaching permits to teach physical education. Mr. Chairman, this one is included here because of your concern and your commitment to not only the Coordinated School Health Act, but all things related to physical activity. This was a piece that had run into considerable problems in the past and was able to pass this year. So let's see. This was Public Chapter 960 was another one that Angie and Sarah, Ms. Sanders, Dr. Morrison, worked with Chairman White and some of the folks out of the Memphis delegation to figure out a particular workaround for an innovative school down there. Revisions to the fourth grade retention law for next year. This was Senator White and Representative Hicks. It provides pathways for students to fifth grade, for those who would have otherwise been retained from the legislation that had passed last year. As of yesterday, at least, I looked, I didn't see that this had been assigned yet a public chapter. I have the entire conference committee report on this. If anyone wants to get into those questions, we certainly can. So safety-related legislation, obviously this got a lot of attention all the way through the legislative session this year. Senator Hensley had a bill to allow private schools to adopt a handgun policy, the same that public schools can. You've got Senator Bailey and Representative Todd with Public Chapter 800. Each LEA and public charter school annually provides students with age-appropriate and grade-appropriate instruction on firearm safety. Instruction must begin with the earliest appropriate grade as determined by the department and continue in each subsequent grade through grade 12. Also, the legislation to allow teachers to carry firearms with the permission of the superintendent, the principal, with the permission of the chief law enforcement officer, whether that's the sheriff or the city chief of police, and after obtaining considerable training. That was passed, and of course it gained a lot of attention. Now here's one, PC 658. This is legislation actually that our former member now, Nate Morrow, worked on. And that was to make sure that when the fire alarm goes off, we know why it's going off. That is to say, it's been pretty tragic how some of the fire alarms have been used in the school shooting situations. And so this would allow a process to be put in place to make sure that it's not being used for the wrong reason when the fire alarm goes off. These are difficult subjects, and subjects that you and your colleagues have engaged on. Senate Bill 191, which may have gotten a public chapter by this point, but it hadn't a couple of days ago when I was looking. So this is what you would call a cleanup bill, and it has several pieces in it that we should be aware of. First of all, it removed references to bullet-resistant coatings that could be placed on windows. That was in the law, and they don't exist. It outlawed grading policies which guaranteed students any grade higher than a 0. It extended the life of the professional license to 8 years, required school improvement plans to be approved by TDOE no more than once every 3 years, and changes how the state deals with chronic absences due to health-related matters, while requiring TDOE to submit a request to the USDOE to change provisions of the ESSA plan related to that. You know, we have our policies that cover what happens with the students when they're out of school, for example, for 10 days in a row or more. But it's a little more difficult for school systems to know exactly what to do when it's a student who suffers a chronic illness and is out intermittently. And I think that's what that came from. And then Public Chapter 954, on a considerably more pleasant note, this was a singular phone call I got this year. And it was Representative Balso asking me about therapy dogs. And would there be any problem with having therapy dogs in school? And so anyway, he passed the legislation, and therapy dogs can be in school. And so it definitely, there's quite the gambit. Let's talk about a few other pieces of legislation, and then we'll go into questions. So giving students the ability to use a Tennessee Promise the summer after they graduate. This is pretty huge. That's a piece of legislation that passed. We talk about dual enrollment. And what you saw there was a tremendous increase in the number of TCAT dual enrollment students that have come through. Matter of fact, the growth rate quadrupled. Now, that's pretty extraordinary. And what does that have to do necessarily with the State Board of Education, except that the Education Recovery Innovation Commission, which was attached to this body and which reported to this body, called for that work to be done to make the dual enrollment not something just for the highest flyers, but for any Tennessean who has that option. Because when you look at dual enrollment and you see that someone has gotten 15 hours of credit, the way to think about that is one fewer semester that anyone goes into debt for when it comes time to go to higher ed. Or in the case of 30 hours, that's an entire year that no one's going into debt for. Now that makes a tremendous difference in the lives of Tennesseans. And one of the things that passed this year was making sure that CTE, TCAT students who graduate from high school with TCAT credits get to be placed at the front of the line when it comes time to go to the TCAT and finish their credential. The way it had been up until this point in time was you might get 2/3 of your way through your TCAT dual enrollment, but then when you graduated, if you didn't finish it all, you just went into the back of the line like everyone else. And most of those TCAT programs, by the way, have a considerable waiting list. So that's pretty big. Also, Tennessee teachers' scholarships now include Western Governors University. Obviously, anyone who wants it, we will provide you a list of all public chapters, everything that's passed from this year, and all of that is available. And I'm pleased to say we're working with the department on the public chapter list, and we certainly appreciate that partnership.
Thank you, Mr. James. First, let me say thank you from the board for all your efforts. I had the opportunity again this year to walk the halls with Nathan for a few days during the legislative session, and also with Ms. Sanders and Dr. Morrison and the rest of the staff. And I will say that the state board is highly, highly viewed by our legislature, and the primary reason for that is because of the work that these people do to represent us up in the legislature, and can't thank you enough for that. Questions for him?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Mullenhour.
Thank you. So Nathan, for those of us who are not regularly interacting with the members of the legislature, or who don't live here in Nashville and naturally, see them in restaurants or see them out walking the streets, how would you describe our current standing or relationship with the legislature, and what do we as board members need to do, if anything, to continue working to improve that, so that as things come up, there's fluid communication, we're able to discuss ideas, present questions or concerns, or field theirs fluidly?
Let's see, apparently I was going the wrong way here. I would say that it's good, and I'm I'm not whitewashing anything there. It's pretty easy after you watch the second budget hearing to come away from that a little bit rattled. But the fact of the matter was, there were a great many different things at play in the General Assembly at that point in time. If you simply look at this record we have, that, by the way, a lot of it happened this year, you would know that when you are about the business of truth telling, you're not always going to say something everyone wants to hear. That's something that's integral to that process. But, you know, we take the time, there we go. With legislative in-district visits, the days in the district, the time that you as members spend reaching out to your legislators, making sure that they know that they can call you when they need to, if that's seeing them at a Civitan club or a Rotary club, or talking to them at church, or making the time to just have some one-on-one interactions. All of those things are extremely important. And it doesn't hurt at all, by the way, to have a pretty extraordinary board of people who are made up of leaders from a lot of different walks of life. I would say just be as straightforward and real as you can with them. Find the opportunities to reach out. As always, you know, I'm happy to come to your neck of the woods. I go all over the state. And, you know, Allie on our team, Allie Reed does as well. And, you know, we'll do our best to be wherever you need us to be. But the personal interaction, the phone calls, those things are important. I'd say keep doing what you're doing.
Other questions? Mr. Wells.
Mr. James, on the bill that passed to allow teachers and faculty to carry, is that still up to the local LEAs at all? Or
Yes, sir.
So it is. So it gets to go through that first.
Definitely. Yeah, yeah. So this is, and I'm going to figure out if I'm going left or right here.
And I guess to
Let me-
Commissioner, will they like notify you if they end up doing that, or is that spelled out in the law, or will we ever know who approved it or not?
No, I don't think it's spelled out or whether or not they have to notify us, but, you know, just in conversations I've had, I know a lot of them are not doing this.
Yeah.
Have you
Just
heard of
in-
any
in
that are
anecdotal.
doing it?
Excuse me, no, not yet.
I have, yeah. Yeah, there are some that are doing that or at least open to it, but there's not that public reporting process. But, you know, to keep in mind that there's been legislation on the books for a number of years similar to this, that, you know, that can sometimes be lost in the conversation. So.
I know this is a conversation that's been out there for a while, and I actually was in Medina, Texas, doing some mule riding, and I rode up on this school.
As you do, Mr.
Yeah.
Wells.
And it had this huge sign that said, "For your information, teachers in this school are armed." And I'd never seen anything like that before. It was definitely very South Texas. And the guy who I was riding mules with, just like as long as I can remember, we've carried guns in schools. It was surprising to me.
Interesting. Other comments or questions? I'll say one more thing again about how we're represented. This fact that we got a 6-year extension on the sunset was a big deal. Like I say, I think the average was 4 years or less. And I know of a couple of organizations that only got 4 years, and they were surprised when they heard we got 6 years. But again, that speaks of the reputation we have and the representation that we have with the legislature. And thank you again, Mr. James and State Board staff.
You're very kind. I appreciate all my colleagues, and I appreciate the partnership. It's been great to work with the Department of Education this year. So very, very pleased to have the opportunity to work for you, sir.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I don't say this enough publicly, but we are so grateful to Mr. James and his work. Obviously, it takes a team, and I'm there with him, and Ms. Sanders and Mr. Durline and our board chair and members. It takes all of us, but he is carrying the lion's share of those conversations. And this was a particularly challenging session for all different kinds of reasons. We're also very grateful to have the partnership with the department in all of it. So thank you, Mr. James.
Nothing else. We will be on break then until 2:30. 2-minute warning, 2-minute warning. That was to wake you up.
That scared me.
We will reconvene. Next is the WIDA to ELPA transition. Dr. Jordan, Ms. Cleveland, and whoever.
We have 4 people, so we will introduce ourselves in just a moment. I'm Jennifer Jordan, Assistant Commissioner of Special Education and Student Supports. And we are here to talk to you about our transition to, from WIDA to ELPA 21, but also kind of all of the different resources and the process that we took as we're making that transition. For our agenda, again, we're going to introduce presenters. We're going to provide a rationale for the transition. We're going to talk about the implementation plan, which was a cross-divisional plan at the department. Talk a little bit more about ESL rule and policy. I think there were several questions after the first read, so we're trying to take this opportunity to respond to some of the questions. Several were around assessment, and so we will actually have second read tomorrow. So I told the team if they did a great job today, there would be no questions for me tomorrow, and that is the goal. Additionally, we're going to talk a little bit about the shifts as far as the assessment, and then the ELD, or English Language Development Standards, and then take any questions. Feel free to stop during the presentation and ask questions. I think that is a much more natural process, and it's, if the question's relevant at that time, we'd like to answer it then. So presenters, again, I am Jennifer Jordan, Assistant Commissioner of Special Education and Student Supports. I asked these ladies to provide pictures because I think it's nice to put a name with a face. Joanne.
Hello, board members. My name is Joanne Runyon, and I am the Senior Director of Student Supports on the Special Education and Student Supports team.
Hello, my name is Nancy Williams. I'm the Special Populations Assessment Coordinator. I work in the Assessment Division.
Good afternoon. I am Raven Cleveland, and I am the Senior Coordinator of English Learners.
Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about why we did this. Yes, there's a contract cycle, there's a procurement process we have to go through, but really this was having to do with the needs that districts told us they had. And so over the course of the last few years with our other provider, we've tried to really listen to districts about what was their sticking points, what did they have issues with, what was not working for them. We heard things like they wanted a screener for ALT students, so our most significantly impacted students. They needed a specific screener for them because they found they had students being identified as English learners when really they might be nonverbal. We didn't know where it laid, so that was an issue they had. They had an issue and a concern about students who were long-term ELs. Was they appropriately identified? Was this the right test for them? What about students who can't listen to how they spoke and re-record it if they didn't like it? And so we listened to a lot of those issues. So as we went through the procurement process, when the time came for the contract to be up, really what we were looking at is what's going to meet the needs. What's going to meet the needs of our students in Tennessee. This population has grown quite quickly over the last 5 to 6 years since the last contract, and we really assessed our needs on that. And so our needs changed, is what we found out. Our needs have drastically changed, and our population has changed quite a bit. And we wanted to make sure we best met the needs of our students. And so that's one of the reasons this was all moved over at this time. There we go. So there's some, there's some stuff that's the same. And we shared this earlier this year on April the 8th with Title III coordinators, district testing coordinators. It was an open webinar to anyone who wanted to attend. We had teachers there, and we talked about what was going to be the same. It's still going to have 4 domains. You're still going to have annual training on how to give the assessment. There will be a screener. There's going to be an annual assessment. The summative test is going to be what determines a student exiting EAL services. But there's going to be some things that are different. We're going to have new standards, right? And those run deep. And there's a lot of lesson plans that were made many years ago with a lot of thought. And there's going to be new standards that are going to impact that. There's not going to be a composite score. We heard from districts that having this composite score when a student was unable because of a disability to participate in a certain domain was preventing students from exiting. There's now going to be an alt screener, and I talked about that. That meets a need of a certain population that we are growing in the state. Disability can exempt from a domain, but the big issue here, that could happen before, but now they can have an exitable score. So, for example, you have a student who is hard of hearing, right? They have a hearing impairment. That is really going to impact how they do the listening and speaking portions of the test. And the IEP team can not only exempt them from that now, they can also have an exitable score so that they can prove they've learned English as a second language to the best of their abilities, regardless of what their disabilities are. And it is entirely online. Had a lot of concerns about that, right? People are like, oh, we've got little kids, we've got kindergartners, what do you mean writing's online? And so we really sat down and said, how would this look? Show us, walk us through this. And it is very appropriate. It's more like click and drag. And the training clearly states technology should not get in the way of a student expressing their answers. And so that is a huge shift from our current vendor that we've had and how they trained on how to give assessments. But say, if I was sitting down with a kindergartner and that kept pointing to A because they wanted A to be the answer, the test administrator is now trained, go ahead and click that answer for the student. Don't force the student to do it if they're not comfortable with that technology. And we were very excited about essential scoring that would happen to make that equitable across the state with it being online. Also being online is going to prevent some of the issues that we've had with the younger grades where part is on paper and part is online, and we can't merge those records back together. So really we were looking at what needs do we have so that students can truly show and demonstrate what they know and achieve an exitable score if that's appropriate. Are we there? All right. And the reports were cool. Each student is going to get their individual student report, of course, as they always do, but it is color-coded. It is clear and easy to see. We are going to have it in at least 7 languages, and if another state in the consortium adds a language, we automatically get that language also. And so there were a lot of benefits that we could see for families that we had not seen before.
So I'll talk a little bit about implementation plan. Lessons learned. Collierville mentioned 10 plus and some of the challenges we had with 10 plus, and we definitely recognize the challenges with that. So one of the things we did is we set up a steering committee across the department. That steering committee is comprised of both the programming subject matter experts, which are the ladies at this table, as well as our assessment and accountability expert. Additionally, we had policy, we had communications. We wanted to make sure, an FPO, yes, they're our compliance arm. Thank you, Joanne. We wanted to make sure everyone in the department that we had a seamless transition as we're thinking about our educators, our districts, our families. And we wanted to make sure we had aligned communication. We were all saying the same things because we all knew the same things. In the past, sometimes certain stakeholders heard some information because it was relevant to them. Other stakeholders heard other information because it was relative to them, but no one heard the full message. And so what we wanted with this steering committee is really to get the full message out. And we thought about every stakeholder and what they need to know. We also knew that that implementation plan couldn't start too soon. We were still testing with WIDA. That ended in March, the end of March. So we were making districts aware of the shift, so they knew the shift was coming. But we didn't want to really go into the specifics of ELPA 21 because we wanted them to get through the assessment for WIDA. We wanted to make sure we had closed the door there before we opened this other door. So April 8th, and Nancy mentioned that there were statewide calls with Title III directors who are directly managing the ESL programs across the state. We had office hours. In May, we had standards training for LEAs. Raven's going to talk a little bit more about the standards and the standards alignment. The portal will open June 1st, which is Saturday, so I'm not really sure if it's going to open on Saturday, but, you know, if it does, okay, Monday. So that is, we'll have on-demand training for our educators around the screener. And then the week of, or starting July 1st, the ELPA 21 ELD standards, again, that Raven's going to talk about, and the assessment framework that Nancy's probably going to share a little bit more about, go into effect. And so screening will begin July 1 for those newcomers that need to be screened. Educators will have access to the tool. And then in February of 2025 starts the annual summative English learner assessment. So within the implementation plan, again, when we met, and we met on a monthly basis, and we were able to bring, and I forgot to mention OGC joined us as well. So we brought all the teams together and we said, what is going to impact your work? What guidance do we need to create? How do we engage all the stakeholders as we make this shift? Because we knew, as Collierville mentioned earlier, that we had some changes. We had a new statewide plan platform. Now we have a new statewide English language assessment. So we knew we had to make the shifts, and Nancy has shared what was positive to make those shifts. But we also knew that shifts were going to be difficult, especially on the heels of other shifts we had recently made. So we really, at the department, wanted to make sure we were supporting teachers and as well as families, and we can share more at a later time. I don't think it's the purpose of this, but we also have lots of supports going on across the department as we move further into the implementation and for this helping teachers understand the standards. But that's kind of the implementation timeline.
Before you go forward, two acronyms, ELD
I'm sorry.
and OGC.
Absolutely, thank you, Chairman. ELD is English Language Development. And OGC is Office of General Counsel. That is our, those are our attorneys at the department. Christy Ballard is probably who you may think of. Chandrea Hersey is the individual that works with us directly on the steering committee because she manages that line or that work stream. Anything else? Did I get it? Okay, all righty. So 10 Pulse, which is our statewide training, our statewide data system. We are having to make some adjustments to that because we're moving from WIDA into ELPA 21. So we are doing what we're calling a hard reset between June 18th and July 12th, where we're looking at the platform, making adjustments. We've messaged to educators to not go into the platform at that time and finalize ILPs. It's still accessible, and it will be accessible, but because we are making changes, one, related to the assessment, but two, based on lesson learned, how to help districts develop really high-quality ILPs that really address the students' needs. And so we are going to do some changes there. We're doing statewide in-person training across 4 grand regions. We're allowing, our districts have the opportunity to send 6 people to go back, and it's kind of a train-the-trainer model, so they're going to go back and support their educators who are developing the ILPs. Also have other virtual options and resources available, but we really wanted to have this in-person training around the changes within 10 Pulse, but also what we found with implementation of 10 Pulse is some of our educators just need more assistance understanding the process around screening students, identifying students as English learners, and then the plan development itself. So we are doing that in July, and we're going to talk about the policy and rule updates that are also on second read tomorrow. So those would be, obviously, if passed, would be included in there. And then we're updating some of our resources. So we've been very thoughtful about implementation, but we've also been very responsive to districts around the challenges they are having with 10 Pulse. And we want to make sure that we're creating a platform that is as intuitive as we need it to be, but also is easy for educators to, and not a time-consuming process. This clicker is sensitive. Just say that.
All right, well, this is me. So let's talk a little bit about our landscape in Tennessee. So I've been at the department for about 11 years now, and I will say that the growth of our students it's growing every year. So I think when I first started, we were close to like 48,000, maybe 52 at most, when we still had Jan Lanier. As you all see now on the screen, the last number that we're up to about 93,000 plus. And this number was pulled when we started developing this presentation. So I'm sure that from that time to now, our districts are getting more students. As a matter of fact, I was on a few conversations this week early on, even while we were traveling for our ELD standards training, our English language development standards training, and folks were talking about how many students they're enrolling. And so they're getting a variety of students, not just newcomers or recently arrived students, but they are seeing students that are coming in as English learners from other states. So our population is growing from west to east to southeast to the Kentucky line. We're growing our kids, and so we are seeing that. We're seeing that, I think, in other areas when we look at how many assessments we need and whatnot. So it's a very exciting time. We are receiving students that come with very unique things to contribute to their school systems. Some do come with some unique needs, but this is where we are in Tennessee. And so our population right now represents about 9% of that student population. I do foresee that population growing. As a former gen ed teacher, I'd work with other teachers and I'd say, hey, once we've grown a group of students, they're going to put out word that they have these great school systems, they have these great jobs, these great support systems in their community, so then more families start to move there, right? I think we're seeing a lot of that, especially like in our Cleveland City area, Bradley County area, because of the community opportunities, work, their faith, many different things that are welcoming these families into the community. So when we look at our educators, we do have about a total close to 8,000 educators in Tennessee Compass that have active licenses to teach English as a second language. From that, we've learned, as we heard today, that we did have some opportunities for our educators to add this English as a second language endorsement via state support. We did have 675. As we heard today, they would like to continue with that. I think a lot of our districts too have expressed, even Collierville today, that this was a great opportunity because as we're growing our population of students, we need to be able to have the educators to support their educational needs.
Question. Okay, so you've got 7,936 educators that have those licenses. What I thought I heard today, though, was that not all people who have license are actually teaching EL courses. So what percent of those 7,936 are actually teaching or?
You have that information, okay.
We have about 2,050 teachers that are currently serving as an ESL teacher.
So far less than a third of the ones who have the endorsement. It's interesting. Thank you.
This is me again, okay. So let's go ahead and jump into English as a second language rule, 0520-0119. So this is a brief overview. Here are the updates that we talked about during first read. And so some of those updates are going to include the entry and exit criteria, tailoring of direct services, English as a second language delivery and program models, and the individual learning plan requirements for transitional year students 1 and year 2, and so often these students are referred to as T1 and T2 students. For the first part, let's take a look at the entry and exit criteria. So what we learned in our first read, and as we worked with our policy team, our Office of General Counsel, it was very beneficial for us to have our criteria. As it currently, it lives in the English as a second language rule. It was very beneficial for any upcoming change, any revisions, modifications that needed to take place for these qualifying scores to move into the English as a second language policy 3.207. And so that information now is in policy. It is moving from rule to the policy. The policy provides the qualifying scores as students enter into English as a second language programs and receive that English learner status of either receiving those direct services or waived services, which both have our specific coding in our educational system, which transfer from the school's student information system. And so that information is in the policy now. The policy also provides the qualifying scores that students must attain to be able to exit EL status, so English learner status, to be able to be in that status of transition year 1, so T1 status for a student, for example. The policy also provides the name of the assessment vendor, the qualifying scores as per our state board policy. So all that wonderful information that our districts will need in order to understand what those scores are for entry and what our scores are for exit.
How often are those scores evaluated and how often do they change?
That is a great question. So as far as changing, I will speak to where we are with our assessment that we currently have, and then I can talk a little bit about the way our assessment that we're transitioning to is set up. So, and I only know this because I worked along the side of Jan Lanier. So when we started with WIDA, we as a state agency had the opportunity to work with different peers from across other states. And many of these peers did a lot of work with WIDA. And if you ask me what the acronym stands for, I'm going to probably stall, but it's like the World Instructional Design Assessment, I believe. Okay, I'm looking at Raven. Yeah, okay, perfect. So we worked with peers and researchers that also were part of the University of Wisconsin, but also a few that were part of Stanford University. And what we were able to do, because this assessment didn't have specific entry scores or exit scores, we were able to do a study at the department. And at that time, we had Ms. Mary Badawala that worked with us and Mr. Evan Kramer, as well as other psychometricians that were with us, where they did an analysis of where our students were as they accessed our TCAP. And you'll have to tell me what TCAP stands for. Yes, the correlation there. And so based on that information, we were able to make some sound judgments on what those exit scores could be. As far as the entry scores, those were part of the assessment. And so that was a little different. So historically, that's what we've been accustomed to doing, right? Well, with ELPA 21 now, this assessment has uniform entry and exit. So all of the states that are under ELPA 21 have the same entry and exit. So this is why it makes it very robust for our students that have been long-term, that they have an opportunity, if they have an exempt domain, that they're still able to exit because this is coming from the assessment. What was happening with our current assessment was they said, yes, you can exempt them, but you as a state agency have to figure out the Z-scores, I think that's what they're called, all the exit information. So it would be a lot of, it'd take a lot of analysis. And then when we worked with our folks that support our compliance, like our federal Title III, you're still missing that peer review and all the additional pieces in order for them to be validated. With ELPA 21, we don't have to worry about that. They've done all those pieces. And so that's why it's very, and they're not going to change, that is correct. Oh, yeah, say that again? Yes, and so, so with that, it just makes it very robust if we have those students and as you heard Collierville today, especially their duly identified students, the students that it might not be appropriate to be assessed in every domain. So that gives them an equitable way of being able to exit. And I think it's really going to help our kids because we do have we might still be at 8%, maybe a little higher, on our kids that are duly identified and possibly have been in our programs for a long time. And that might just be one part, right? We still got to look at instruction in the classrooms, which I know they brought up earlier as well. But I think it will really help us look at how our students access the assessment. And I know that's not what you asked, and I went on a tangent, but I wanted to share all that information.
No, it's a very
with you.
thorough answer. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so the tailoring of services, this is, I will say, unique to Tennessee. When we worked, even before with our current assessment that we have and then moving to our new assessment, we did explore what other states might be doing with allowing services to not be as long in service minutes, right, for our kiddos that are scoring on those higher levels of English proficiency. So something, what we call tailoring of services is unique to Tennessee. And so we continued to have this in our guidance. So this is also in our English as a second language policy. So to keep the spirit of what we had in rule, we continue to have the language around tailoring services, and so that is also in policy. Also, one area that we revised in the policy, which will also be a revision, as Jennifer talked about, our Tennessee Pulse for our ILPs. There was a lot of feedback, and I know Ms. Angie Sanders took a lot of this feedback from districts around co-teaching. And so wanting that to be back into ESL rule, a method of us to be able to deliver that ESL instruction and whatnot. And so that is now back in rule. We've always had a pullout, and we've had scheduled courses for our high school students. And so now we see that addition of co-teaching instruction so that our ESL teachers are able to work with our general content teachers and be able to provide that instruction that is needed to not just build the English language proficiency, but also provide access to that academic content. In addition, we do have another rule that supports instruction, virtual instruction, and so that's also another mechanism that is used, or a delivery model that is used by our districts if they have those virtual programs, or it's a need for a student that might be on homebound, you know, those types of different situations.
I just wanted to make a quick comment here. I know Collierville mentioned that flexibility for districts to have some flexibility. And I think this speaks to that. I think one thing is federal law requires certain things. So it's hard to be flexible around federal law. But we are trying to be innovative, as was suggested earlier, and think about what is the intent of that law and how can we ensure we're making decisions that aren't just like we have to do it because, but like listening to our districts. And Collierville pointed out, we need a little flexibility to meet the needs of our unique students. And other districts across the state have very different populations of English learners. So that co-teaching was a big thing that was really requested from districts because it wasn't in the previous rule. And it does provide some flexibility as well as the virtual instruction. So again, trying to be responsive to our districts within the perimeters we have to work. But this team is extremely out of the box thinking, sometimes way out of the box, and I have to get them back in. But yeah, they, I think, and are very responsive to districts. So we're happy to be able to provide that option again.
I would think virtual instruction is challenging as it is, but virtual instruction for ESL would be even more challenging.
You are correct, and I know that if Dr. Hannah Gribble was here, she would be able to share actually a few districts that are really trying hard to make this very robust and accessible to their students, but it takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of planning, pre-planning to be ready so that the student, while they're viewing, has the materials in front of them, whatever scaffolds they need, so it does take a lot of intentional planning, but you are correct.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Molinar.
Thank you. One of the questions that I'd come across related to or even alluded to, one of the motivations being to have different proficiency results as a consequence of implementing this test. And just to give you another chance to kind of clear the air, if you take 10,000 kids who previously took the WIDA test, and then they take this test, randomly selected, is there going to be any measurable difference in the outcome of the assessment, not the process by which they're assessed, but the kids who are determined to be proficient or not at different levels? Is there going to be any measurable distinction between these two tests?
So if you have 10,000 students who took WIDA last year and let's say 5,000 exit, right, just randomly off the top of my head, would I expect 5,000 to exit under the new ELPA 21? Is that correct? There's no direct correlation between the two, but we would expect to have similar results because we have a valid assessment that has research behind it to say what a grade level should be at English proficiency. And so would we expect to have 5,000 exit? That is what we expect. If that was similar to what WIDA would have done, is there high level research data to back up that direct correlation? No, they're two totally different tests. They're built off two different philosophies coming into the test. ELPA 21 is much more accessible to many different types of students and many different levels of students. Nor would we expect all of a sudden, like, poof, we have no EL students because they all exited, right? We do expect it to be somewhat consistent with what we have seen in past years. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'm just trying to give you the opportunity to speak to the question specifically. When you say that there shouldn't be much of a difference, but there could be, and there's not data to prove it. I guess my assumption is that the vendor that's selling the state this system would have already presented you with data and presented you with evidence that their results are consistent with other tests. Their methods might be different, their philosophy might be different, but that they're not going to somehow suddenly increase or that you shouldn't suddenly expect there to be statistically significant differences in the results. It's just the methods by which you get there. So I'm asking again, do you have data that just kind of closes that question out so that the people who are concerned about it can be relieved?
So I'm a data girl, and this is one of the first questions that I asked the vendor when I met with them is tell me what it's going to look like. I'm going to have a significant increase or decrease. And although they couldn't give me specific numbers of percentages, one thing that Nancy alluded to, our students with significant disabilities and our students that take alternate assessments, we will see a drastic increase of those students because they've never had the opportunity before to test out of ESL services. What they've seen with other states that have made the transition from either a different platform or WIDA, what they were seeing is that there was about a 10% increase of students that were testing out. And they couldn't tell me specifically because they're not sharing that data with states, but that they've seen about a 10% increase of students that were testing out. And that growth was comparable to, although growth is not between WIDA and ELPA 21, again, is not measurable because they're measuring two different things psychometrically, but that the percentage of students that met growth under ELPA and met growth under WIDA were, a little bit higher with ELPA 21.
So is it fair to say then that you are adopting that same assumption that about a 10% increase in the kids who would no longer receive the services?
I could say that's a working assumption. Well, no, one of the things that makes this difficult to nail down is the screener is different. So we have a dynamic screener now, which we did not have before. And so the dynamic screener allows like a newly arrived student who does not speak much English to not have to go through the entire screener, but yet it goes further for our higher level students. And so not only are we looking at students exiting and how that might be different, but students entering. But again, from you know, the anecdotals and what they've done statistically and what other states have experienced, we don't expect a drastic difference.
Okay, thank you. I mean, you know, I sense that your hearts are in the right place. You're trying to do what's best for the kids. You're trying to find better opportunities to implement better tools. And I totally respect the fact that we won't know until, you know, we won't know for sure until we kind of wade into this thing. But it sounds like you've, to your point, I guess you, Raven, I believe you thought about it. You've been asking these questions for a long time. This is something that you've had eyes on. We just don't know for sure until we kind of wade into the waters a little bit. So I'll, for those who might be listening who still have that question on their mind, I'll let that statement kind of close out.
I wanted to add a comment. Chair Jordan, are you okay? So I think along with the assessment and what it's going to tell us with our students, I think it's also important to remember that a lot of this is also based on how instruction is delivered to students in the classroom. So if we have content that is accessible, not just during English as a second language time, whether it be the pull-out, the co-teaching, or the scheduled language course, but that it's also happening during that general content instruction, whether it be Algebra 1, whether it be a science class, whether it be history, you name it, math, that these scaffolds that students need to access content and that our educators are aware that we have these English language development standards that work with our content standards, and that we're all language teachers, and that we're listening to students and their production of language, their output, and how that's academic and it's tied to what students need to know. I think that's really gonna help us see those students exit, because it just can't be the assessment alone, if that makes sense. It's all built on what we're exposing our English learners to. And as a former gen ed teacher, I 100% believe that. I was the teacher that had the newcomers in my classroom. And I used to tell the teachers that were terrified to have them, I said, hey, we have nowhere to go but up. And so my instruction has to be solid. I have to make sure that I'm exposing these kids to academic content, that this is the expectation when they're giving me a response. And we've seen some lovely examples across districts in Tennessee. So if we continue with that solid instruction and refine where it's needed, I think we're gonna be in a good place. Yeah, if that helps. Yes.
Ms. McInturf.
Yeah, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, does this one not do a better job of identifying maybe a non-reader? They're a non-reader just because they have a learning disability compared to them needing ESL services. So that might kind of skew the data too, because it's more specific to what we're needing for the children, right?
Correct, yes.
Okay. The next part after the delivery models are the ESL program models. And so here, the change is that pullout was moved from here as a delivery method, as you saw in that prior slide. But we will continue with these ESL program models: sheltered instruction, structured English immersion, specially designed academic instruction in English, which is often referred to as SEDI, content-based English instruction, and then heritage language. We do have some LEAs that I think are wanting to implement in this new school year some of those dual immersion programs or one-way immersion programs, specifically 3 of our larger, maybe 4 of our larger districts. And so these program models continue to be in rural, and they also have the opportunity to submit a waiver if they have like an alternate model that they found that has new research and is successful for kids. So that's also still available. An update to rule as well is around transitional year 1 and year 2, T1, T2 individual learning plans for students. And so the rule now outlines what those requirements are more in a succinct manner. Before, I think we had them broken into different what we call paragraphs in rule. Now they're together, so the expectation of what is needed for a transitional year 1 and transitional year 2 plan is outlined. So things like relevant demographic data, data from assessments as available, those short-term academic goals, the career readiness that we expect all of our 412 students to have access to, and then obviously the scaffolds to instruction, because even though these students have exited ESL, they may still need scaffolds. Our students that are English only need scaffolds, right? So some of these students may continue to need that differentiation in the classroom for content. So now, jumping into ESL policy, we will continue with the same, as Nancy mentioned earlier, we will still continue with having domains. Many of our ESL teachers are very familiar, or ESL specialists are very familiar with productive and receptive. Basically, that just means output and input. So our productive domains are our speaking and writing, and then our receptive domains are our listening and reading. And so for our alternate assessment, when the reports are shared with educators, they will have this information directly. So the alternate report looks a little different than the ELPA summative. I was trying to think of the name there. So here is a quick glance at the domain performance levels. And this really hones in on those stages of language acquisition. Part of this information that I'm sharing, the rationale behind that is in our ESL rule, there are requirements of training that our LEAs adhere to as they work with their educators. And one of those are around ensuring that all teachers, not just ESL teachers, but our content teachers are trained and well-versed with the stages of language acquisition to understand what our students are able to do as they're a level 1, a level 2, a level 3, a level 4, and then a level 5. So this provides a description of what students might present. And in the resources that we have, and I know I can't get into all the fine details, ELPA 21 does have accompanying resources for educators that specifically talk about what students are able to do at the different levels. When Nancy talked about the student report earlier on, you saw the descriptors next to the domain scores. That also provides insight as to what a student is able to do as they perform in these various levels. So entry into ESL. So we've been accustomed, even with the assessment that we have, that our entry kindergarten students first semester are assessed a little differently. And by that I mean the qualifying scores there are a little bit different. So we continue with the spirit of that. For students who score, for our first semester kindergarten, students who score below 3 in any non-exempt domain, they are eligible for ESL services. And one thing to really pay attention to is that non-exempt domain, because our students, as Nancy mentioned, that have exempt domains, we don't want them not to be able to exit. So that's why you see that non-exempt domain part there. So students who score below a 4 in any non-exempt domain, this would be applicable to second semester K to grade 12. These students would be eligible for ESL services. And for the alternate screener, students who score below 3 in any non-exempt modality, as you saw in that prior slide, would be eligible for ESL services.
Do we want to pause here just a minute? Because I think there were some questions about the way it was written in rule. Is this better? Is this clear? Okay. We wanted to make sure, because I think that was between first and second read, and even questions during first read. The way the rule and policy was written was somewhat confusing. So we did try to clean that up and clear that up, just make sure we accomplished that task.
Great job. Very good. Thank you.
Next is the exit process. And so this looks at when our students are ready to exit English learner status and they're ready to transition into transition year 1, transition year 2, and so forth. So EL students who score a 4 or above in all non-exempt domains, again, we want to make sure we're looking at those domains that they are taking on the ELPA 21 summative assessment, shall be exited from direct or indirect services. And then for the ELPA summative, the alternate, EL students who scored 3 or above in any non-exempt modality on the alternate alt will be exited from ESL services. Once the students have exited, once again, they transition into transition year 1. We have T1, transition year 1, all the way to transition year 4. Transition year 1 and transition year 2 students, so first year out of EL status and second year out of EL status, these students are monitored for 2 years. This is a federal requirement. And so the way that we adhere to that in Tennessee is these students have an ILP, an individual learning plan, in Tennessee Pulse. And they are also quarterly monitored as required by our ESL rule. Transitional year 3 and year 4 students are used for accountability. And so those students help our districts, specifically our districts that may not necessarily have a large N size of students.
Well, I've got the next slide.
Oh, you're getting the next slide, okay. I thought you were.
So the names of these assessments and the shift of what this is. There'll be 4 assessments. We have 3 right now because we only have 1 screener. And we have a summative and an alt summative. And now we're gonna have 4. We will have the dynamic screener, as I mentioned earlier, which is shorter for our newly arrived students that don't speak as much English, but more robust for the students who are a little more advanced. And we'll have a summative assessment. That's that annual summative assessment that Joanne just talked about to see if a student exits service or not. Then we'll have this new alt screener, which we're really excited about. Again, that is for students with the most significant cognitive disabilities, and we're excited to have this appropriate for them. And then our alt ELPA assessment, which we have currently an alt assessment. So we're just adding that screener. It will be the difference. Your turn.
So we've saved the best for last for you, because this is the part that's going to really impact our students and our teachers on the day-to-day. This is the part, the new Tennessee English Language Development, or ELD standards. So a little bit of shift from WIDA, where there were only 5 standards, we're moving to 10 clear and concise ELD standards that still focus on receptive, productive, and interactive skills. So what we mean by that is we really want to know what kids are reading, writing, and thinking by having them produce discourse in the classroom with their English-speaking peers. It really takes a functional approach, so we're getting away, research is showing that we're getting away from this form where we're just focusing on vocabulary and grammar and isolation, but we're really thinking about that functional approach for students, and this is what these new ELD standards cover. So as I said, they're very clear and concise. They're organized into 2 different parts. The first 7 really look at the functions of language. So how are kids going to be able to participate with academic language and content area practices? Standards 8 through 10 still look at those things like linguistic features that they saw in WIDA, so word, phrase, linguistic features. But the standards are now spread across so that they're really, they can be used separately or in combination with our Tennessee academic state standards. They are not correlated with any particular curricular standard or instructional statements. They are linguistic standards that really, again, can be incorporated very nicely. And we'll show you. Here's an example of the first 7. So those functions are things like constructing meeting, or participating in grade-appropriate oral and written exchanges, or conducting research and evaluation. And then the next slide. Again, that word, phrase, discourse, and sentence. So still helping students, explicitly teaching students how to speak, read, and write in English. So here I gave you an example of how they can really correlate with Tennessee state standards. So down at the bottom where you see the 5, this is a 5th grade Tennessee state standard. Write opinion pieces on topics or texts supporting a point of view with reasons and information. And I took this same grade 5 standard 4 from the ELPA 21 so that you can see students can construct grade appropriate oral and written claims and support them with reasoning and evidence. So you can see at the top those 5 levels that Joanne told you about. Students at each proficiency level, regardless of their linguistic ability, are able to participate at grade level appropriate instruction in their classroom with their English-speaking peers. So this is very essential for students. And again, research shows that students are able to linguistically grow faster when they have this opportunity.
Thank you. Questions? Dr. Morrison.
A softball of sorts. So, I mean, hearing from the Collierville folks this morning and just anticipating like the angst and the transition that this is going to create, needed, it sounds like, and all for the best. But what are you anticipating to be like the biggest problem points? Like where are you practically thinking about, like, after the summer of training, how we're going to support and push in with districts to help this be a smooth transition?
So if you think about the school year, the first thing they're going to do is screen, right? So one of the things that we have asked ELPA 21 to do technically is we have the WIDA screener through June 30th. But we asked them to open the training to our districts early so that our districts would not have a gap, right? So while we are administering the WIDA screener, our current screener through June 30th, on June 3rd, the ELPA 21 platform will open so that districts can go in if they happen to have a professional development day, if they happen to have teachers that could come in this summer, so they can begin that process of training for the screener. They can't actually give the screener till July 1st, but we didn't want them to be in a bind of trying to train and give all at the same time. And the districts that I've spoken to that think, oh, no, I have to call my teachers back this summer, I'm like, no. It's just open and available for you. You don't have to have your teachers trained until you have kids who need screened. So if you have days when you come back to school, train your teachers in. Also being messaged, and they probably haven't heard it just because there's so much stress out there about it. The first year's training, I've been very honest with them. The screener training is 2.5 hours. And you're gonna sit for 2.5 hours. But the second year training is a refresher. We've never had that before. We've always had to do these complete trainings every year. So we're trying to say, yes, this first year is a big push, but it's gonna get better because the next year, you don't have 2.5 hours of training to give the screener. And try not to, your summit, we haven't even opened the summative training yet. Because again, we don't want them to pile on their teachers too much.
Yeah. No, thank you. Oh, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Once students are screened and identified, I think the next thing is really thinking about instruction for our students. School will be back in August. Teachers are already prepping for them to come back. And so in May, as Jennifer said, we did see almost 300 educators from all regions in Tennessee, and provided support for them as they take the training back to their districts on standards implementation and how they're going to train all of their teachers on that work. Additionally, we do have opportunities that we've engaged our stakeholders. So we have an ESL working group that's already started addressing that crosswalk with Tennessee academic state standards and the ELPA 21 standards. This group, this rather large group, is from all regions in Tennessee, and we're meeting bi-monthly to get their feedback on some of the complications or challenges that they may see in the implementation of these standards.
That's great. I think that will go a long way towards helping you, like, be in communication and ahead of things. Did you have something else, Dr. Rennie?
Well, I do want to add, yours were also positive, so I'm going to spin mine very. So I think as we grow our population and we do have these supports and we've engaged in office hours, the ESL working group, I know you work very closely with your DTC. We work with our district testing coordinators and our special education directors who might serve in dual roles. I think one of the areas of needs that really stood out to me as I heard Collierville speak today, and just as we're so close to our LEAs and we get to hear what those frustrations are, is as we grow our population, having a sustainable model to be able to serve what kids need in instruction, not just in ESL, but in the content. I think that's really something to keep our eyes on, because I think that is where a lot of our districts are trying to make shifts to see how they can expand their resources. We have several districts that are really focusing on sheltered instruction and leveraging their teachers that are sheltered teachers, meaning they have an endorsement in perhaps English, and they also have the ESL endorsement. How do we leverage those strengths in our districts so that students are able to have their needs met through that model, right? Structured, sheltered instruction, I'm sorry. And so thinking about that, I think keeping our eye on that. And I know that it's not just us here, but other partners at the department, as I heard Ms. Taylor Reed and Ms. Brooke Amos, I believe, speak earlier this morning around like the different endorsements, but even engaging with other folks. We get a lot of questions, I think, from our higher educators as well, like our EPP, asking around these shifts. So just keeping our eye on that, because we are growing our population, and to take that stress from our ESL teachers and make it, not help them not have it, so high there on their shoulders. I think really looking at how we're structuring our support for ELs through the endorsement pathways, or perhaps preparing our gen ed teachers to leave their pre-service programs, I believe, to have that knowledge of how to meet the needs of students in the classroom. I think that's really going to go a long way. But I do get that. We get that a lot, like from the resources to acknowledge the growth that's going into the school districts. That's where I see challenges. Yeah.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
But, yeah, I did have one more, but I want to open if anybody else wants to join. So we border, like 8 states. How are the trend lines moving towards ELPA 21? I know you've probably gotten the same question that we were getting from some districts around, okay, well, what about the students who are transferring in from other states and they have a WIDA score? Are we going to have to screen them on ELPA? Like, how do these two assessments work together or not in terms of those students who are coming in from out of state?
It's the not part that you said. It has been made very clear to us by U.S. Department of Ed that if we are receiving an English learner from a state who has a the same assessment, then we can take what they did over there, right? What we found is even with WIDA to WIDA state, for example, we didn't all have the same exit scores or entrance criteria. And so even from another WIDA state, they might have not qualified as an English learner, and they come to our state and our teachers are like, oh, well, according to what we have here, right? And so even WIDA to WIDA state, it wasn't as simple as it sounds. And the really large states, California, Texas, that have huge populations that move into our state, they're not WIDA states. And so we're screening them anyway already. There's going to be, if you came from a WIDA state, you have to be screened. It's one of those things Joanne mentioned earlier. We're not given leeway on that by the feds, and so we can support as best we can.
No, that's helpful. And to the extent you all have like talkers or like bullet points, when we get questions, we're happy to help try to share the information out and kind of be that point of communication on some of these like frequently asked questions. So thank you for that.
We do have some neighbors, though, that are ELPA 21, and I believe we may have other states, but we just don't know who they are yet. I know this is being recorded, but.
Arkansas is an ELPA 21.
Arkansas is an ELPA 21 state.
And you asked if the trend was moving toward. There's no way, I guess, to really know that because every state has their own contract process. But I can tell you that ELPA 21 offers a lot of things that we found attractive that met our needs, and other states are seeing similarities there.
I have a couple of questions along that line. I'm a process person, and so when I think about, I had several questions on why you chose ELPA, and I thought you did an excellent job of answering those before I asked. But how many other, in the procurement process, were there just 2 bidders, WIDA and ELPA?
So we went through the full procurement process, and we were only given the ones who met the criteria. So I'm sure there were others that were weeded out before our raters at the department ever saw the final. I think the final 2 were two? Were they, I think there was, that actually met our RFP that we put out and said, these are our needs. And that we did ELPA 21 met that criteria to then be considered. Many of them didn't meet even what we had said we wanted.
And is there a requirement that this has to go back through procurement every 5 years, 10 years, or how long will this be good for, or what's that part of the process?
Okay, so you ask hard questions. That's okay. It's a typical, it's a typical 3-year with 2-year extensions
Options, so
and
5.
options. Because we have to relook at our needs every so often to make
Right.
sure that what we're doing meets those needs.
Of course, every time you change, and that puts change on the districts, et cetera, but you answered my question.
One thing I did want to add also, Joanne mentioned we have a pretty very close collaborative relationship with Brooke Amos and her team, the Human Capital team. We're looking and talking about ways to, a couple of things. One is to better resource our educators and continue with offering those alternative pathways that are still highly rigorous. But to meet that educator shortage, we're also looking at ways to infuse some of the learning. Maybe they don't get an endorsement, but they need the knowledge. So you can do that without an endorsement. Same thing with special education. And so how can we work with our EPPs to say, these are the things we need pre-service teachers to know before they come to us? And it may not lead to an endorsement, but it's information, it's knowledge, it's skills we want them to have. And so those conversations are happening. Another thing that we have going on is we are releasing, it's active now, but I haven't released it to the universities yet, but 10 Pulse, we have a university site. So it's almost like a playground for, the sandbox. I don't know, I call it a playground because I don't like sand unless I'm, at the beach. So what we're going to do with them is we have those higher education programs that want to expose their pre-service teachers to that platform, because it is, as Collier mentioned, it's a pretty steep learning curve. Because one, we had no statewide system. So we had districts using all kinds of methods to write and develop ILPs and to monitor those. Now that we have one system, we can engage our EPPs and give them access to the same platform. So I'm going to do some training with EPPs in June and July so that their pre-service teachers are getting that information. So it's not such a, large lift when they do show up in the schools. They have some knowledge. But we are having conversations around just increasing the skills of our that they acquire in EPPs, and then how to better resource our current educators, both general ed and special education and English second language. The main thing is we're all looking at how do we help students have equitable access to high quality tier 1 instruction, because there's not an intervention that can intervene us out of that. And so what we know is if we need to be able to support all students in tier 1, no matter what their demographic is, and that kind of speaks to what Joanne talked about, is we're really, really focusing on that and then supporting the students that need more as well.
Any other questions or comments? I'd like to make one final comment, and that is you four are all different, bring different processes to your challenge, but you work as a team. And that was very obvious today, is that I think you're an excellent team and you answered our questions, and thank you for what you're doing.
We do, and I want to commend them. And I was serious. These are the experts. I learn every day from them. I do. And they're very collaborative, and that's one thing I've committed to in my position at the department, is we're going to be collaborative. Nothing should happen in a silo. And fortunately, the commissioner and Chief Academic Officer Christy somewhere back there supports that, and that is a consistent message across the department.
That was clearly obvious. Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Licensure discipline. Todd Madison, Alex Anderson, Ryan Shanahan. And Lily Shoa.
Good afternoon. I am Alex Anderson, Associate Counsel for the Board. I am joined by Senior Associate Counsel Todd Madison, Associate Counsel Ryan Shanahan, and our summer intern, Ms. Shufo. We will be presenting the recommendations for license actions, which include settlements, automatic actions, and consent orders at tomorrow's meeting. At this time, we will address any clarifying questions you might have or note items for further discussion.
Are there any questions or comments for our legal team? As always, you all do an excellent job in presenting the cases, and then the recommendations that are presented, I think, are backed up. The cover sheets that you provide that give the reason why you offer those recommendations is very, very helpful. So I would gather where there's no comments. Thank you. That brings us to our final item, final discussion and adjournment. Dr. Morrison, any comments?
Just a reminder for our board members primarily, but we have our Blue Ribbon and other designated schools coming to be with us tomorrow. We'll have a reception for them in the morning, starting about 8:30. So if you're able to get here a little bit early, it'll allow us some time to mingle with those folks who are receiving a really big honor. And otherwise, we're going to be in this room, in this building. I'm looking at Angie, she's like, no, okay. Anything else from the team that I'm forgetting in terms of reminders? I think those are the big ones.
Ms. Sanders.
Quickly, members, you have a disclosure statement form at your desk if I don't already have one from you. So please take a few minutes afterwards to fill that out if you haven't already given me yours and hand it to me. Thank you.
One other comment, tomorrow, as part of our reports, we always have a communication section. It wasn't, I don't think, necessarily listed in the agenda. That's where each board member has an opportunity to speak about what they've been doing since the last board meeting, if they want to talk about some of the activities, the engagement activities. I know Allie's been heavily involved, and we'll talk a little bit about those. I want to give you a heads up that you'll be asked to make any comments if you'd like to do that. Yes, Mr. James.
Just members, you can leave your computers here. This room's going to be locked up and secure. So.
Any further comments from anyone? As always, the workshops are most helpful. When you put this workshop together, it was great. I appreciate it. Certainly appreciate Commissioner, you being here and the team presenting. It was very, very helpful. It's always, we have a good collaboration. No other comments. The purposes of the committee of the whole having been fulfilled, I declare it and the board meeting adjourned.